Prova sì. Sì. Funziona, sì. Prova, mi senti? 1, 2, prova. E qui funziona, all'esterno c'è. Ah.
Prova sì, 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sì, prova, sì. Prova sì. Prova, 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 prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, va bene? Perfetto.
Sì, sì.
e poi parla.
Sì, sì.
Non
Okay, I think that everybody is more or less here, more or less. We can all sit down and okay, well, we are all very glad to see you here. Thank you all very much for coming, for what I hope will be 2 interesting days. Most things will be in English, but if anybody wants to speak in French or even Italian, we can manage. Okay, we do have one person speaking in French, and anybody else is welcome. After all, this is the European University Institute. The 3 of us organisers we're just going to say a few words at the beginning to explain a bit what's going on and introduce it. And I shall begin because, I'm the person I'm the only one of the 3 of us who's still here, actually, in this institution. So the idea for this conference, I'd just like to explain, I mean, it started, well, my sort of obsession with the problems of universities, which it's not the object of my research. I'm not a specialist on universities, but it's a result of my experience, and particularly in France, which Christophe Charles will be talking about, so I won't go on at length, really led to this obsession with the problems of universities today. And arriving at the EUI, it seemed to me to be that this institution is a very good vantage point for looking at the problems of universities, both in Europe and also in a wider context. For obvious reasons, we have people who've studied in all sorts of different universities from all over the world. We are, in theory, an institution that trains university teachers, and therefore the people here are particularly interested in the problems of universities. And it's a good point to compare the differences and the problems of what I consider to be a sort of a crisis, and what several people do, of universities. But perhaps some people here will be more optimistic about this, we shall see. And the first thing that happened was we organized last year in November a first conference in the context of the Max Weber postdoctoral program, because they have careers conferences every year, and we organized a small conference on the questions of universities. And it was as a result of that Simon and Stefan and me, both of whom were Max Weber postdoctoral fellows, decided that we would organize a bigger conference and looking at things more in historical context as well. And so that is the origin, in fact, of this conference. And we were given a lot of support, I must say, by the president of the EUI, Joseph Weiler, who is at another conference today, but will be coming to speak tomorrow, and who also supported us financially, for which we are extremely grateful. And the other thing which we're very pleased about is that the doctoral researchers here have been extremely active in organizing this as well. And a large number of the discussants are the doctoral researchers. We have doctoral researchers speaking, and we have tomorrow a roundtable organized by the doctoral researchers themselves. And as it's their future that we're talking about, this seemed to be particularly appropriate. So we really are extremely pleased about this. And now I'll hand over to my colleagues for the rest of the...
Well, continuing on what Anne said, let me say just one word about the main perspective of discussing with these issues with history, so to speak. So I guess we all feel that history and also comparison is very little present in the current debates on the challenges on higher education. As we all know, these debates tend to become very political and very passionate for obvious reasons. And the problem is that when they are so passionate, sometimes the main problems get lost out of sight. And it's difficult to diagnose the situation. And this is where we thought comparison and history could come in. So ideally, such a cross-national historical comparative perspective that we are proposing can help us to better understand the problems of today. If we think like Spinoza, that freedom is to know what constrains you, it's not always very easy to know what constrains academic freedom today. It's much easier to think that it used to be the nation state or the church, or maybe it just seems that way from a distance perspective. But let's see what comes out of the discussions today and tomorrow. So, and maybe ideally it could also be a source of optimism to realize that social sciences and humanities have faced very difficult problems in the past and have been able to overcome them. In short, this is the way we thought that history could shed light on current debates. And we have therefore also decided to group the different presentations under headings that also reflect current debates. So today we have first 3 keynotes based on 3 different national cases. And then we have a first panel in the afternoon, which will deal with, let's say, the quest for autonomy from states and markets. And then tomorrow we have 3 panels. The first is on academic work. The second on the crisis of humanities and social sciences with respect to reconfigurations of disciplines. And then the final panel will deal with higher education outside of traditional universities. And maybe Simon can say a bit more about the program.
Yes, so let me just begin by reiterating Anne and Stefan's words of welcome. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you around the table to discuss these questions. I want to say 2 brief words, the first about hierarchies, the second about geographies. First of all, on hierarchies, I was reading Eli Thorkelson's paper preparing for today and tomorrow, and he reminded me of one of our guiding concerns in setting up the program for the next 2 days, which is the importance of institutional situatedness as we think through reflexively the history of the university in comparative perspective. We want to be cognizant throughout the 2 days of how one's institutional position shapes one's subjectivity, one's perspective, both on the contemporary politics of the university and its history. And that concern motivated our decision to include the PhD researchers, as Anne was saying, at the EUI in a much, hopefully much more central and direct way than those voices are often present in a more typical conference. They'll be giving comments throughout the 2 days. They'll be organizing a round table. And I think the concern, to put it simply, is to have the voices of those at the beginning of their academic careers and at the base of the academic system very present and in a critical vein. I think this will be illuminating. Secondly, on geographies, we've decided to take a comparative approach which seeks to move away from a typical focus on one country or another, or on the relationship of a set of countries to a presupposed model such as the US university system. We're hoping for a much deeper and more wide-ranging set of geographical comparisons. And we also hope that we'll be able to interrogate the status of the university, not just in relationship to the national state, but also in relationship to the regional state, the city-state, and the imperial and colonial state. One of my own alma maters, NYU, has been a vanguard institution in the development of what they, in Washington Square in New York, call the GNU, the GNU, the Global Network University, with its principal hubs currently in New York City, but also in Abu Dhabi and in Shanghai. And the politics of those hubs in the Middle East and East Asia in particular, I think is a political and institutional question which is at the heart of how the university is currently imagined in the future in some ways. So I think that through a careful historical interrogation of the university's relationship to the state at a variety of levels, but importantly including the imperial and colonial state, we'll hopefully be able to shed significant light on some of these contemporary dynamics and how the future is imagined right now in senior common rooms, trustee committee rooms, PhD students meeting rooms, and so on in different institutions, both in Europe and globally. So that's what I wanted to mention, hierarchies and geographies. Let me reiterate my words of welcome. I'm delighted that we've been able to gather to talk about these issues, and I'm going to pass the word, la parole, back to Anne, just to introduce the next step. Thank you.
Sorry, if Stefan would like to, while I organise myself. We shall first of all have a lecture by Stefan Collini, and this will be, normally the main discussion will take place at the end of the three speakers in the panel. But if anybody, we can, at the end of the presentation by Stefan Collini, have any questions, if anybody would like to address any particular questions to Stefan. So I don't know if I really need to present Stefan Collini, but I shall. He is a professor of intellectual history and English literature at the University of Cambridge. And after studying at Cambridge and Yale, he taught at Sussex before moving to a post in Cambridge, where he's been since 1986. He is a fellow of the British Academy, a frequent contributor to several journals, such as the London Review of Books, in which he published a series of papers precisely about the question of university reform in Britain, the TLS, the Guardian, etc. His main research is the link between literature and intellectual history from the early 20th century to the present. Now, I will not quote all of his publications, but among his many, there is Absent Minds, Intellectuals in Britain, which was published in 2006, Common Reading, Critics, Historians and Publics, published in 2008, and the one which is most linked to the present conference, those who don't know it, is What Are Universities For?, published in 2012. So, if Stefan would like to...
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Anne. I didn't know that Anne was going to do that, but I take it from this that if you'd like to buy cheap copies of the book, I'm sure she'll help provide them. I have the disadvantage in this multilingual gathering of being a native speaker of English, and I hope that's not going to be something that makes me hard to understand. Please signal if you have any difficulty, and if there are questions afterwards, I'm very happy to have them in whatever language you choose. I should also say that unlike some of the later speakers, I'm not going to be using any visual aids here. So this is going to be a matter purely of oral delivery and, as far as you're concerned, mental concentration. So what I'm going to explore in this lecture is a major change that's taken place in several countries in the last 2 or 3 decades in the discourse about the relation between universities and society. I'm going to focus on the example of Britain, not just because it's the example that I'm most familiar with, but also I think it's where the change has been most marked and particularly consequential. As with this gathering in general, what we hope to do here is bring the benefit of some historical and comparative perspectives to bear on understanding something, in this case I think something which those of us who work in universities today share as a common experience, a disorienting sense that the protocols and objectives which dominate public debate about these institutions and thus shape the conditions under which we work are increasingly alien to what we take to be the constitutive ideals and purposes of scholarship and teaching in universities. Now, you will all, I'm sure, have noticed how in the past 2 or 3 decades, businesses across the world have been pressured into making themselves look more and more like universities. Companies have been exhorted to abandon commercial competition and to model their behavior on patterns of scholarly collaboration. Stock market listed corporations now have to make returns detailing the intellectual and scholarly value of their products and services. Targets and benchmarks are being replaced by informed judgment. Human resources divisions are shrinking, and companies are doing less self-advertising and producing fewer glossy brochures. They've also had to adopt a more collegiate and bottom-up form of governance. CEOs are increasingly being replaced by committees drawn from the professoriate, and places on major companies' boards of directors have been reserved for experienced senior lecturers in medieval history. Well, at first sight, it may seem obvious why the changes that are actually taking place are, of course, the exact reverse of those that I've just fancifully sketched. But it's worth reminding ourselves that capitalism had, in some form, been around for a long time before the recent epidemic of business envy. So we shouldn't fall into ahistorical essentializing where either capitalism or universities are concerned, and I'm going to try and say something very briefly about some changes in both over time. But in some form, they have managed to coexist for a century or more without universities being required to adopt the goals, structures, and procedures of corporations, or at least of some business school model of how corporations ought to be run. Now, it's the case that for approximately 150 years from their beginnings in the modern form in the early 19th century, universities were in some sense seen as repositories of an alternative ethic or antidote to the commercial world in which they were set. And it is the fundamental change in this assumption in recent decades that I really want to focus on here. Now, of course, we increasingly are enjoined to take for granted that contributing to economic growth, as well as conforming to a market model in our own activities, is the required demand. But those other views were never, of course, the only strain, even in the understanding of the role of universities in Britain and the British-influenced parts of the world in the past century or so. And the fact is that what universities have wanted from their universities has been historically variable, internally contradictory, and only ever partly attainable. We should certainly begin, therefore, I think, by recognizing that universities have always, in part, served practical ends and have always helped to prepare their graduates for employment in later life, whatever self-descriptions they've given at any point. Once upon a time, of course, their primary task was to teach true religion and provide learned men for the church, and once upon another time, it was to inculcate virtue or judgment or good manners, or any of the other supposed attributes of a gentleman. And of course, once upon yet another time, it was to select, equip, and mold those who were to fill leading positions in state, empire, or society. So the question is, what, if anything, is new about the most recent phases of these adaptations between universities and society? Is there something distinctive here, or does our historical perspective tell us this is really a mutation of long-established patterns? To do a very brief historical retrospect, and I'm well aware there are many people in the room here who know a lot of this in great detail, but very briefly we might say it was the Humboldtian ideal that did most to shape universities over the 150 years from the early 19th century onwards. And this emphasized the pursuit and transmission of knowledge and its elaboration into Wissenschaft. The professional autonomy of the scholar was essential to this model, and teaching was often conceived as a form of apprenticeship. But alongside various forms of preparation for employment, two further ideals complicated this conception of the university as the protected home of free inquiry. The collegiate ideal focused on close student-teacher relations in a residential setting with character formation as the aim, and the civic ideal prioritized the making of citizens, the inculcation of a shared ethic, whether elite or republican or democratic. And that involved developing talents and forms of expertise that were to help define and strengthen the identity of the polity. Many of the universities of continental Europe involved some mixture of the Humboldtian and civic ideals. The English tradition, deriving from Oxbridge, although not the distinctive Scottish tradition, tended to foreground the collegiate ideal, while, as we know, different types of institution in the United States combined all three. But at the heart of the implicit contract between university and society in all these places was an acceptance that the distinctive value of the higher learning lay in its cultivation of those forms of scholarship, science, and culture whose relation to the instrumental and mundane concerns of practical life was indirect and long-term, even at times downright antagonistic. It also entailed granting those who pursued such inquiries a degree of professional autonomy, a convention made to seem natural at the time, both by the strictly elite character of higher education until the later decades of the 20th century, and by the persistence of associated forms of cultural and social deference. The decades after 1945 saw expansion in all systems of higher education led by the USA, but the growth in numbers did not always involve a fundamental change to either the conception of the structure of universities or of their procedures. If anything, the reverse may have been true in many cases, where universities that had been founded to pioneer a new model, whether of close engagement with local industry or non-departmental forms of interdisciplinarity, in fact, increasingly came to resemble the traditional dominant models. In Britain and elsewhere in the English-speaking world, they were, to a considerable extent, still self-governing. Faculty senates were not merely decorative bodies. The humanities and the pure sciences preponderated and set the intellectual tone. And at undergraduate level, there were still relatively few postgraduates, they were highly selective in entry, residential by design, and were usually equipped with extensive sports facilities. The new universities of the 1960s in both Britain and other British-influenced societies, such as Australia, may have aspired to draw up what was called a new map of learning, but in practice, they enabled a larger slice of the children of the middle class, especially the daughters, to attend what were fundamentally quite traditional institutions. It would be an oversimplification, but perhaps a helpful one, to say that in their form, their intellectual character, and their relations with their host societies, universities in Britain in the 1960s and 1970s were probably still closer to those of 50 or even 100 years earlier than to those of 30 or 40 years later. Now, there are major aspects of these changes that I'm not going to discuss today: the replacement of public funding by undergraduate fees, the challenge of new technologies, the impact of international mobility, and so on. These are obviously important questions. Other people may take them up, but they're not my focus. What I want to pursue is the theme of universities changing relations to their host societies in terms of, as I said, the character of public discussion of these institutions and the attitudes and values this exhibits. Now, one way to characterize the transformation, I suppose, briefly, of much of the developed world in the past 3 decades is to say that we've moved from having market economies towards being market societies, as more and more domains of life are being reshaped on the model of market competition for profit. I haven't got time today to dwell on the many different ways in which this mix works itself out in different countries which have different cultural traditions. And again, others are going to talk about particular examples. I'm not suggesting this is in any way uniform. Also, I think it's too simplistic to assume that it's the result of any single ideology, usually called neoliberalism. There have been a lot of other types of social change involved that are relevant here, not attributable just to one type of political economy, the decline of deference, the erosion of trust towards professions, the empowerment of certain kinds of populist relativism. These have all had a complex history themselves and a bearing on how universities have been discussed. Also, I think it's important to emphasize that some of the application of the principles of so-called new public management in public services is actually far more dirigiste than it is the expression of free market principles. Still, it's indisputable, I think, that in the past 2 or 3 decades, governments in Britain and elsewhere have increasingly treated universities as institutions whose performance can primarily be improved by subjecting them to a particular form of market competition, or at least to some simulacrum thereof. Now, one feature of these changes I think is particularly relevant, and is perhaps too little noticed, is the way in which the generalization of the consumer model involves an agnosticism about human ends, and a consequent downgrading of reasons as opposed to preferences. And this can bypass a lot of the difficult judgments about some human activities being more worthwhile than others, and simply allows the mechanism of consumer choice in a market not just to determine outcomes, but also to confer legitimacy on them. Its strength, of course, is that no individual or group is seen to be dictating to others what they ought to want. Its weakness is that it evacuates public discussion of any conception of some purposes being humanly more valuable than others. So instead of reasons, therefore, all we have are opinions, which are treated and derogated as merely subjective. Between them, subjective opinions and objective data are held to exhaust the acceptable elements in public debate. Andreas Schleicher, the man behind the controversial PISA tables of school attainment, was recently reported in the press as saying, "Without data, you are just another person with an opinion." And I think the fact that that passed almost without critical comment shows how automatically now public debate tends to relegate everything that is not quantifiable into the realm of subjective opinion. Now, the extension in the course of the 1990s and 2000s of new public management techniques to all forms of provision inevitably generated numerous externalities in excess of the goals explicitly aimed at. And one has been, of course, the sheer scale of the machinery and cost involved in devising ways to collect evidence of efficiency. But another, and again less noticed, I think, has been entailed by the shift of attention from specifying aims to measuring outcomes. This shift has, in many areas of life, given rise to an enhanced emphasis upon the perceived satisfaction of those who are meant to be the beneficiaries of a given service. So this adds significantly to the burden of data gathering, but it also entails finding a way to replace judgments of worthwhileness with the quantitative measurement of end-user satisfaction. So all citizens undergo compulsory role reassignment and emerge from this process as consumers. Surveys and polls obsessively record what percentage of a target population are very satisfied, satisfied, not satisfied, told the researcher to get lost, and so on. This is what accountability now largely means in relation to any form of public provision, but I think it's particularly problematic when applied to universities. And attempts to give effect to this requirement where matters of intellectual quality are concerned involve a significant shift away from the implicit acceptance of the relevant degree of professional autonomy upon which universities had previously relied. So asking users of, say, a given rail service whether they are satisfied with the punctuality or cleanliness of the trains may yield information that can be both quantified and moderately useful. asking users of a higher education system if they are satisfied with the quality of education they have received may produce some responses that could be quantifiable, but of little use, or some which are very relevant to the activity, but are not quantifiable. And anyway, it's not clear that the category of users applies in such a case. After all, are parents of students users? Are employers? Are those bodies who compete for young citizens' votes, or those concerned about the level of public debate or cultural provision? All of society is in some way or another potentially an interested party here. And more fundamentally still, is user satisfaction a relevant way of assessing how effectively the purposes of education have been achieved? And taking up the most contentious aspect of the question, how should this version of accountability be made to work in the case of those intellectual activities that we currently classify as research? Universities are increasingly pressed to show that society is getting value for money by investing many millions in the research activities of its academics. But how to argue for this expenditure in the face of the allegedly quantified benefits of spending those millions instead on building hospitals or roads or aircraft carriers? We here start to enter territory where there's always likely to be some tension between the short, easily intelligible and often quantifiable case required for public debate in a market democracy, and the more extended and indirect case that may be required in order to give an adequate characterization of the central activities of universities. And as we know, of course, some disciplines fare better than others when it comes to the fight for resources. If you have 20 seconds to make your pitch to a national audience, it's a little bit easier if your work involves trying to find a cure for cancer than if it involves trying to plot tonal shifts in the verse of some minor Renaissance poet. Now, in Britain, as many of you may know, the logic of this kind of easily sellable justification has issued in the requirement that university departments provide evidence of the non-academic social and economic impact of their research. And for the next few minutes, you may suspect that I have resorted to fantasy or invention, or that this is a fictional story of a place also called Britain, quite like the real Britain, but I assure you this is strictly true. The UK Higher Education Funding Council has a notion of impact that research must satisfy. And this is at first, you might say, publicly going to be intuitively appealing. It will demonstrate where academic research goes beyond the narrow circle of fellow specialists and benefits the public. But in fact, given the way impact is defined, all it can do, following a very expensive bureaucratic process and a huge expenditure of uncosted academic labor, is essentially to assemble a great deal of detailed evidence of incidental byproducts or side effects of such research. And I speak with great feeling here, having for the last few years been in charge of my faculty's submission for this notorious exercise. And I'll give you an actual example from it. It will have to be anonymized, as you will understand. One of my colleagues is a leading scholar of the work of a 19th century poet, upon whom he's written some major studies. Partly as a result of chance personal connection, he recently helped choose the exhibits and write the captions for a display at a small museum devoted to this writer's life and work. Well, I spent a lot of my life in 2012 and 13 chasing the poor staff at this museum. Could they please supply visitor numbers? Could they please document those numbers in a publicly verifiable form? Did they have evidence of what visitors to the exhibition made of the experience? Did they ask them to fill in questionnaires? Did they have a comments book? Could they provide extracts in a duly authenticated legal form? Otherwise, of course, people like me would simply make it up, is the obvious suspicion. What was the evidence of the benefit the visitors derived from their visit? I mean evidence of what, in the unlovely terms of this exercise, was change in their behaviors. Now, not only was this exercise hugely wasteful of academic time and labor, remember it had to be repeated for every case study from every department for every university in the UK, but it also put a considerable strain on all those institutions and members of the general public who were thought likely to be able to provide the looked-for evidence. Now, it's certain when this is finally collated and made public, as it will be later this month, the government will claim that this has been a resounding success. we shall be told that the great range of the impact of academic research on the wider society has been documented for the first time, and that this enables a much stronger case to be made for future public funding. But this is not actually true. These often randomly occurring incidences of incidental or indirect spin-off from scholarly or scientific research cannot provide the justification for the social value of that research itself. And moreover, they are presented as significant elements in the judgment of research quality, and departments are funded accordingly. But in reality, these kinds of effects, even if many of them may be desirable in themselves, don't testify to the quality of the research at all. My colleague's scholarship on that particular poet would still have been of the same high quality, whether or not he had happened to be involved with this museum, let alone whether we could demonstrate beyond doubt that a 12-year-old visiting with a school party had written in the comments book that the exhibits were ace. Now, impact, as this exercise defines it, is a proxy for the public value of the research, and it's a very poor proxy. It's not actually a measure of that value, it's a measure of something else, something that's secondary and in many cases contingent or incidental to the activity of doing good research, something the required evidence for which is bound to be unevenly and somewhat arbitrarily distributed among a given population of scholars. So a department where the research has often, for purely accidental reasons, generated such byproducts is judged to be superior in terms of the quality of research to one which is not. And that's the fundamental conceptual error in this exercise and all those modelled on it. And let me just say, if you do think that this is purely a British invention, it's one that's coming to a university near you very soon. And of course, one can see how over time this exercise may lead some departments to focus on securing this kind of impact at the expense of primary scholarly quality. Remember, these impact cases are all graded and they contribute significantly to the score each department is given, and that translates both into funding and to, of course, a place in the inevitable league tables. And so something that is only ever really an incidental byproduct of research becomes a target to be aimed at, since financial and reputational goods depend on it. This, it seems to me, is a classic example of how a form of research assessment which is misconceived in this way, in the name of accountability, can end up determining the character of the activity it is meant merely to monitor and measure. Now, I'm going to take one more example of a different kind, and this really will depress you for several reasons. One, because it's so ubiquitous, and two, because you think you know it all already. This is about global league tables. But actually, I think global league tables are rather revealing of the difficulties which contemporary societies have in addressing the question of intellectual quality. As a way of introducing this bit of the topic, let me ask you three short questions about these global rankings. What do they actually provide reliable information about? Whose interest is served by them? And why do they persist, even in the face of quite devastating criticism of their methodology? Now, the first point, I think, not seriously denied by anyone familiar with these league tables, is that they attempt to provide quantitative measurements of quality and then to arrange them as an ordinal ranking. And therefore, this has to use a series of proxies for what it purports to be measuring. So, for example, in some of them, the number and level of higher degrees possessed by the academic faculty of an institution is sometimes used as a proxy for educational quality. Now, in this case, there may be some correlation between the proxy and what it stands for. It can say something about the recruitment of faculty in lower level or teaching-only institutions, though, of course, most more advanced institutions have universal doctorates these days anyway. But another one that is often used in these rankings is faculty salaries. But this surely doesn't exhibit even the minimal correlation with the quality of teaching or research. In fact, one might, especially in view of what was said earlier about the emphasis on younger scholars, might even facetiously suggest there's more of an inverse correlation between faculty salary and teaching quality. But its acceptance represents a pure piece of market ideology, which maintains that higher prices are generally an indication of higher quality, and there's no good reason to accept that dogma. A second feature that's more questionable than is commonly recognized is the use in some rankings of one or another form of reputation. Now here, the undeniable fact is that no one respondent can ever have first-hand knowledge of the work in their own discipline of more than a tiny handful of departments among the many hundreds of universities being ranked. It doesn't mean that there can be no comparative judgment of any kind, of course. It's possible that an experienced senior professor of, let's say, early modern Swedish history may have a reasonable idea about the general level of the quality of work in the few institutions in his or her country which sustain this field. But even if there were agreement that that professor was sufficiently informed and sufficiently judicious, there's very rarely such agreement, of course, but even if there would be no reliable way to convert those judgments into a numerical scale and no basis whatever for making reliable judgments about other aspects of those departments' work in other areas of the discipline, let alone in different fields of history in other countries and so on. So on this scale, no judgments about quality can be both reliable and comprehensive. And even the somewhat reliable and severely limited local judgments cannot usefully be given quantitative expression. What the reliance on this proxy does in practice is create a circularity whereby respondents rank institutions in part on the basis of impressions acquired from reading accounts of previous rankings. And thirdly, and this I think really should make us pause, all attempts to produce a single ordinal ranking have to make decisions about the relative weighting to be assigned to the different proxies measured. Do you make student satisfaction itself a clumsy proxy for educational quality? Do you make it, say, 15% of the overall total or 20%? Careful statistical critiques have shown small variations in such weightings produce dramatically different results, catapulting into the top 10 institutions which were not previously included in the top 100. There is no neutral or agreed way to weight the different components. Every decision, and the different global league tables embody many such decisions, necessarily favors one type of institution or one national tradition over others. So it's bad enough that the attempt to rank a single factor, such as the quality of teaching or research, across all types of institution is flawed, especially since these institutions reflect various social conditions and cultural traditions. But the attempt to convert the already flawed ranking of widely disparate and incommensurable factors into a single numerical sequence, when there is no agreed way to determine the proportion each factor represents, is surely most worrying of all. And also, of course, the idea that the qualities supposedly being measured may change significantly on an annual basis is, I think, a further indication of the deep disconnect between the measurement system and what it purports to be measuring. And finally, of course, rankings are a further form of zero-sum game. One institution cannot go up without another going down. And this encourages the same irrational gambler's attitude as the lottery or the American dream. Every player in the lottery has to believe not just that they'll be more successful than their fellow players, but that their own chief incentive to play is predicated on others' misfortune. After all, only if enough people lose their bets will there be a huge prize for the winner. And probably few things have done more to poison what ought to be the cooperative and collegial relations between universities in the last few decades than the obsession with this global system of ranking. Even so, when this is said, and there's many, many more critiques that I'm drawing on here which make this case more conclusively than I have time for here, you may still think, well, isn't he exaggerating a bit? Surely, you might say, these league tables, yes, they have their flaws, but they do tell us something worth having. After all, they do consistently show us that, say, Harvard and Stanford and Oxford and Cambridge are among the world's top half-dozen universities, so they're broadly right about that. But we can only think they are right about that because we think that's something we already know. And because we think on that circular basis that they're right about the ones at the top, although I think that's an absurd conclusion, we're willing to assume that they're roughly right about the difference between the university ranked 34th and the one ranked 73rd, though there is in fact no rational basis for that conclusion. In many respects, the rankings give us pseudo-statistical confirmation of our impressionistic judgments, which have been shaped in part by previous rankings. Now, lots more to be said, but let me come back briefly to my three questions. What do they actually provide reliable information about? Of course, they do contain a good deal of reliable information where it's about those indicators which can be meaningfully represented in quantitative form. They provide reliable information, for example, about how much different universities spend on research. And that tells us something, especially about big science, although not always what commentators assume it tells us. But they do not provide reliable information about whether one type of institution in country A is, in some meaningful, comprehensive sense, better than a different type of institution in country B. Secondly, whose interest is served by them? Well, this is not easy to answer, I think. Obviously, in the first instance, those who make money out of them, including the sponsoring publications. And of course, those universities that think they can turn the results to their advantage are very willing to cooperate and confer legitimacy on these rankings. And I suppose we should acknowledge that most people enjoy league tables. They're easily assimilable, and they provide some of the vicarious interest that the statistical tabulation of all sports results does. But ultimately, don't they serve the interests of those who want their fellow citizens to assume that these institutions can be ranked as accurately as sports teams so as to encourage the belief that outsiders can measure their quality in the same way they can measure the quality of providers of any service? And to my third question, why is the principle of these obviously flawed rankings so impervious to criticism? I have to say I cannot give you an answer. I think it really goes to the heart of the contemporary fetishization of league tables and quantification more generally, that misleading aura of objective mathematical accuracy which public debate demands. Let me just add one observation here of a different kind, which is that all international comparisons, of course, are dominated by the leading American research universities, whose supposed success has acquired almost mythic status in the aspirational fantasies of those responsible for universities in other countries. Their example is also supposed to provide a powerful argument for private universities and a market free-for-all. Now, there's a lot to be said here, including, as my colleague Howard Hodson conclusively demonstrated recently, I think, that American higher education is overall rather wasteful and expensive by comparison to many other national systems. But let me make three brief points about this. First, obviously, there is no system of higher education in the United States. The ecology is very diverse and complex, now encompassing almost 4,000 institutions of different types. The fact that nearly all the most highly ranked universities in the US in these league tables are private means, I think, that we risk misperceiving the reality of American higher education. It's sobering to remember that 70% of students in the USA attend public institutions, and that this is a higher proportion than in some European countries. Actually, the stereotypes are very misleading here. It may be that only in Scandinavia does the figure in public higher education reach 100%. And confusingly, the OECD classifies British universities as private. Government-dependent private universities is its odd term. And this produces some very curious conclusions. For example, the OECD's figures show that the proportion of expenditure on higher education that comes from private sources is higher in the UK than almost anywhere, and considerably higher than the USA, which is, to anyone who knows these systems, obviously a very misleading conclusion. And this is a classic case, of course, where the statistics are only as useful as the definitions on which they're based. Second point about the American comparison, we're often told that needs-blind admission procedures, combined with generous bursaries for applicants from less privileged backgrounds, shows that a high-fee system is perfectly compatible with the demands of social justice and the desire for social mobility. But the reality is that US higher education is at least as stratified by social class as it is elsewhere, and that the huge advantages of the children of the well-off include far higher chances of admission to the most selective universities. Those who doubt this should consider just one figure that was produced recently. The average income of the parents of undergraduates at Harvard is $440,000 a year. And thirdly, Many of the changes currently underway in British universities, as well as elsewhere in the world, are intended to make them resemble what are assumed to be the characteristics of the most successful US institutions. But it's a striking feature of those institutions that their tenured faculty retain collectively a status and power not now accorded to their peers, certainly in any British university, nor in other parts of the world. And that when relatively united, the faculty in major American universities constitute a force that presidents and trustees have to be wary of, as the cases of Larry Summers at Harvard or Teresa Sullivan at Virginia may illustrate. Moreover, the institutional base of the faculty remains the department, which is a strikingly durable feature of American research universities, and the natural home to those intellectual standards and protocols, the transmission of which from generation to generation is the very core of scholarly quality. The abolition of departments, or their supersession by larger units or by interdisciplinary centres and programs, something that's very fashionable in Britain and again elsewhere, surely risks weakening academic autonomy and empowering managers. If the record of the most prestigious American universities is supposed to be any guide in these matters, then the maintenance of strong departments is a major key to the maintenance of academic reputation. Well, the issues I've been talking about so far, I think, are all examples of what a century ago Thorsten Veblen called, talking about American universities, obsequious concessions to worldly wisdom. They illustrate what I think I would call the paradox of management in a university. The more dirigiste forms of university administration can be endlessly frustrating for the administrators themselves, since they cannot compel or otherwise bring about the production of the one thing that really matters, intellectual quality, whether in teaching, scholarship, or research. So they're encouraged by society to expend their considerable energies on schemes which they can control, forms of surveillance and assessment which have the appearance of ensuring that the objects of a university are being properly pursued, but which are, in reality, simply external indicators of their lack of effectiveness in this purpose. Now, of course, as we all know, it's not difficult to paint a blackly dystopian picture of where universities are headed if current developments continue unchecked. And I want here to make clear, as I've tried to do on other occasions, that I do not share the extremer forms of pessimism, and I certainly am not speaking out of any nostalgia for some supposed golden age of universities, which I don't think existed. In fact, I believe that the expansion of higher education in all our societies in recent decades has been a great democratic gain, and one we should support. And maybe one advantage of some familiarity with the history of debates about universities over the past century or more is the antidote that it provides to any kind of ahistorical alarmism or exaggerated depression. Lots of things have changed without universities dying out. Theology will never again be the queen of the sciences, or Latin the hallmark of an educated person, and other verities may pass without Armageddon arriving. Still, I want just to spend a moment or two ventriloquizing what many people think will be the future for universities in this blackly dystopian perspective. I can't put on another voice in which to ventriloquize, so you'll have to assume the italics here. The dominant character of higher education institutions across the world will be as businesses specializing in preparing people to work in business. Beyond that, a substantial number of large intake institutions will combine the teaching work of an advanced high school with an element of contract research for outside organizations. A select number of other, mostly small and mostly private undergraduate institutions will provide a broad cultural education mainly to the children of the relatively wealthy. In all of these types of institution, there will be either a shrinking proportion or the complete elimination of tenured academics and a vast increase in a casualized workforce, while the vestiges of academic self-government will disappear entirely. There will be far less face-to-face or small group teaching and far more reliance on technology. Students will feel increasingly entitled to the good results they have paid for. The humanities will be marginalized even further and will largely be studied by the children of the well-off. And still for the moment, ventriloquizing, The more selective universities will feel themselves to be under more and more pressure to provide better facilities. What has been dubbed the amenities arms race will only speed up, and it will become harder to distinguish between high-end universities and various kinds of luxury hotel or spa resort. Universities will become ever more dependent upon overseas student fees, and their selling of themselves in these markets will more and more shape their internal policies. We shall see soaring student debt, which will become more and more socially divisive. Making individual universities responsible for their student loans. Here's one you may not have had yet, but it's also going to come your way. Making individual universities responsible for their students' loans will surely incentivize the production of high-earning graduates who are the best financial risk. The further growth of private, and especially for-profit universities, will further reflect and entrench class privileges. The fact that they provide full scholarships for a number of applicants from less wealthy backgrounds cannot disguise the fact that both the commercial logic and the social tone of these institutions is set by the children of the well-off. Meanwhile, companies charging high fees for almost worthless online courses will make larger and larger profits. Well, I could go on ventriloquizing. I'll stop there. As I've said, I do not in fact believe that that bleak picture is inevitable, although as you can see there are elements in it which are hideously plausible. So let me, in conclusion, just say something about how we might think about this in other terms. I suppose one conclusion that might be drawn from this discussion is that the case for universities cannot be made in appropriate terms without at the same time challenging some of the presuppositions of the wider public discourse of making measurable contribution to economic growth the dominant criterion. I'm not suggesting here, of course, that we try to change ordinary human motivation about prosperity or that we should regress to some pseudo-primitive communalism. But although, as I hinted earlier, we nearly all of us, of course, live parts of our lives in accordance with values and goals other than those of wealth maximizing, we have great difficulty articulating the values that inform these common experiences, and we seem to find it nigh on impossible to make those values operative in public discussion of social goods. And that's one reason, I think, why the task seems so daunting. As I've tried to say on other occasions, I think there are various publics to whom the case for universities needs to be made, and this will involve a variety of genres and tactics. There can be no one-size-fits-all statement. But if I were to say one thing to my fellow academics, and I guess my fellow academics are the overwhelming majority of the audience, I would want to remind us of our wider obligations and obligations that extend beyond the present. I think there's an understandable tendency for hard-pressed scholars and scientists, and of course there are only hard-pressed scholars and scientists, to assume that forms of university funding, governance, and assessment may come and go, but that as long as we are at least partially free to do the work we feel is important in the library or the laboratory, and as long as we can strike the spark of intellectual curiosity and disciplined inquiry in at least some of our students, then we do better to concentrate on these primary tasks and let those with a greater taste for running things or criticizing things try to address the larger picture. I have to say, I think that assumption now is false. It's already the case that recent changes in funding, governance, and assessment, and their sometimes quite unnoticed effects, have fundamentally altered not just the conditions in universities, but the very sense of identity and relation to one's work. There's an insidious process by which we become what the categories we use every day tell us we are. I suspect, for example, that there are few academics in research universities now, certainly few under 40, who do not think that one important indicator of how good they are at their job is their track record of obtaining external funding. I suspect that there are few teachers in university systems that charge high undergraduate fees who do not feel that another important indicator of how good they are at their job is the number of students who record that they like their courses and get good marks for them. I suspect there are few scholars and scientists, again, perhaps especially under 40, working under funding regimes that require evidence of a particular form of impact, who do not think that a third indicator of how good they are at their job is the number of instances of take-up of their research by external users that could bolster their department's impact statement. These things matter not just for the harm and misdirection of effort they involve, but also because they exemplify a damaging loss of confidence in the central activities of universities on the part of those uniquely charged with carrying them out. And this is my concluding moral. If the language we use to talk about universities represents them as being principally institutions that provide narrowly vocational training for employment and the application of technology to promoting economic growth, and if the language we use about students represents them as being consumers who shop in the educational supermarket purely for what provides the best paying future job at the lowest cost, then those are the kinds of universities and the kind of education we shall end up with. That's why it seems to me very important that people like us try to articulate a different and more adequate conception of what universities are for, because otherwise we risk attenuating those characteristics of universities that have made them so valuable to humanity in its search for fuller and deeper understanding. And attending to that idea might help remind us, amid what are often rather distracting circumstances, that we are merely custodians for the present generation of a complex intellectual inheritance which we did not create and which it's not ours to allow to be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed. As I said, we'll have an extended discussion at the end of the panel, because there are all sorts of things. But I'd like to thank very much Stefan Collini for explaining very clearly, in part, what we're doing here, and what the point of this conference is. So I don't know if anybody has a particular point they want to ask. Otherwise, as I said, the general discussion will be at the end of the panel, and we can sort of compare, therefore, situations in different places. Nobody has a particular point they want to make. If we could sort of perhaps... You have... Well,
yeah, I thank you so much, Stefan, for doing exactly what Anne just said and setting an agenda. I wanted to just take advantage of this short opportunity to ask you to clarify one point, which I think is important for the wider debate. On a number of occasions, you said this is something coming your way, whether it be fees, whether it be impact, and so on and so forth. And in light of the sort of our comparative concerns, both through time and geographically, I was wondering if you could just say a little bit more about the sort of diffusionism that in some sense perhaps underpins your characterization of modes of behavior, of evaluation, of assessment, moving from an Anglo-American center out towards the rest of the world in some sense, and how you see that fitting with the forms of variety, institutional and national, that you also acknowledged. Does that make sense? I think that's
it makes so much sense that I can't possibly answer it.
We can also leave it for the general discussion.
Well, I'll just quickly say one thing that I think is probably familiar to everybody around the table, and that is that I think there has been particular interest in these forms of assessment and funding that have been changing so rapidly in Britain. Particular interest from other parts of the world, particularly in my experience from other European countries, precisely because it was always understood that the variety of American higher education was not in any sense something that directly acted as a model for what were essentially publicly funded systems elsewhere in the world. Whereas the British case, despite the OECD's rather aberrant classification, the British case has been known to be a publicly funded system, a uniform central system, often thought to be a high-quality system historically, which now is in some sense pioneering ways of using state power, harnessing certain social attitudes to, in this sense, discipline universities in these ways and to change their relation to society. So I think there's obviously more to be said about what you called, Simon, the diffusion. I mean, it's not any simple or one-way pattern, but I think the sense in a great many other countries that, would it be right even to call them right-wing, governments favouring a market-oriented agenda are already and will increasingly take from the British example ways of applying, albeit to a slightly different system in each of their cases, some of the same demands, and to seeing them as electorally advantageous, as a form of publicly acceptable accountability for such public funding as remains in these cases.
Yes, I think we're going to have several examples. At the beginning, I think Christophe Charles is going to also show some of these things when talking about France, and there'll be other examples. But Serena, did you want to say something rapidly?
I just wanted to mention something. Thank you so much for your lecture.
You need a microphone.
I just wanted to mention the fact that when describing the institutional structure of universities and also the impact of the last 3 decades on it, I think it's a profound mistake to talk about Anglo-American system, because the British system is fundamentally different from the American one, and in many ways, the American one, if compared to European continental ones, has been more impervious to changes that have been inaugurated by the conservative reform movement of universities in the UK. So it's really useful, I think, in part because it doesn't allow the mystification of talking about an American way, while in fact much of what's happening has its origins in the UK.
Thanks so much. I'll try to be really brief, and thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And certainly the trends which you have described are very much familiar for all of us. And tomorrow I'm going to be talking about Russia, and I'm going to be basically talking about very same things, perhaps in extreme forms. And we all appreciate sort of the problems, or at least the questions which are raised by those approaches. But my problem, in particular, as I look at the Russian example, but perhaps that should be sort of relevant elsewhere, is sort of what are the alternatives that we sort of that we suggest, right? I mean, there is a very clear sort of governance model which is promoted by the new public management, people. There are very valid criticisms of that model, but sort of. What kind of alternatives are out there, right? I mean, what is the vision that we could sort of collectively perhaps formulate, for an alternative ways for universities to be governed, to be developing, to organize their relationship with the societies and the governments in the 21st century. So that's I guess my big question, kind of personal, and I don't know if you could sort of say something.
I'll be very brief and stop because others want to speak. But I'll just say very quickly that I think part of what is involved is getting beyond the platitudes and the accepted truisms in the policy-making and media world discussion of universities. That it is quite interesting, I think, that in wider circles of society, there is quite a lot of receptivity to the idea that this particular reductive economic model is not what society wants from its universities. And so I think ways of articulating how this, in fact, shortchanges society, under the name of seeming to make universities more valuable to society, it actually tends to undercut the long-term benefits that societies are likely to derive from universities. And so finding ways to articulate that case to those who are already somewhat skeptical of the dogmas of the current orthodoxy, I think is at least a beginning on opening up the discussion to other models. I mean, all of us may shake our heads about that as either, you know, there's a lot more to be said, or it's a little too optimistic, or it doesn't have enough specificity. And all of that could be talked if we had more time in more detail. But I think the way to go is to recognize that the effect of these changes, and to try to persuade others that the effect of these changes is actually to not increase the value of universities to society, but in various ways to limit that.
Okay, as I said, we'll have an extended discussion at the end of the panel, and I think as we'll have examples from other countries, it'll help us to develop these points. So we'll move on to Christophe Charles. You want to sit here? Sit here. Swap. Shove it in here. On peut le mettre ici, mais il y en a déjà, donc là. 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 While that's being done, I shall present Christophe Charles, who is Professor of Modern History at the University Paris 1, Panthéon-Sorbonne, and Director of the Institut d'Histoire Moderne et Contemporaine at the École Normale Supérieure. He's also a member of the Institut Universitaire de France. And he works on the history of intellectuals and comparative and cultural history, mainly the 19th century, not only. He's published a huge number of books on these subjects, many of which have been translated into several languages. To choose a few titles at random, which are the most relevant, Naissance des intellectuels, 1880 to 1900, published in 1990. Les intellectuels en Europe au XIXe siècle, published in 1996 and again in 2001. Discordance des temps, une brève histoire de la modernité, more recently in 2011, and the most recent is Homo Historicus, Réflexions sur l'histoire, les historiens et les sciences sociales, published in 2013. Apart from that, Christophe Charles founded in 1992 with Pierre Bourdieu the Association de réflexion sur l'enseignement supérieur et la recherche, of which he is now president, and as he will explain, a lot of the examples that he's giving come from the work of what is called the RSR, of which I have been a member since the beginning.
You are still.
And I'm still a member, absolutely. Okay, so...
That's heroic.
From a distance, I'm a member, yes. Okay, right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for the invitation to this very interesting symposium. So my paper, you have the title under your eyes, so I will try to go further to present it. So I have very many things which are in common with what Stéphane Colony already spoke to you in the preceding period, so I will try not to repeat too much because we agree on many subjects. My way of presenting this would be more to take concrete examples of different countries who are addressing to this agenda that Stéphane Coligny described in his paper. And also I will try to be less despairing and disappointing or pessimistic, not because it is my temperament, on the contrary, I am rather pessimistic, but only because we are beginning this symposium, and so if we are already despaired 1 hour after the beginning, it would be the only way would be to go in the Arno and try to change the world for us. So do recent reforms in higher education follow a global trend? One of the main literature is saying that yes, the answer is yes, and some of the conclusions of Stéphane was also yes, I think we are in a global trend, but I will try to show that it's not so demonstrated, that we may find examples of diverging and discussing tendencies inside this global situation. That does not mean that this global trend will not succeed, but I think that we have still hopes that we can hinder or change or divert the course of history. And as historian, I think that it is the only conclusion that we make when we are historians, that the course of history is not one way. So this presentation will be in 3 points, as it is usual in France, and I am still in my French national model, you see, I am not in a global trend. And the organization will follow first an examination of the French case, and then I will compare with other national cases, and then I will try to draw several general conclusions. So as the presentation of the symposium said in its invitation, the higher learning has changed dramatically since the 60s, and the general view in the mainstream literature is the growing domination of market forces, directly or indirectly. The analogy with the rise of neoliberalism in other fields of contemporary life is also a classic topos of this literature. Many American or English observers interpret all the recent transformations as the emergence of academic markets where universities or academic institutions are placed in a national and more global competition to attract fee-paying students and good researchers or teachers to enlarge their academic reputation. The competition is not only between institutions or academic systems, but also inside each university between disciplines or domains very unequally placed to play this new free trade game. Since most of commentators or scholars discussing these types of questions, and it's true today, are in general issued from humanities and social sciences, generally losing ground and prestige in front of these new challenges, a pessimistic tone dominates this current literature. Decline and fall, loss of prospects are present in the titles of a large amount of studies on this field. When scholars try to react against this depressing mood, they are suspect of being accomplices of the official policies or to betray their peers to get new personal advantages as counselors or ideologues of the modernist turn. This is not as precise my intention, since I have founded, as reminded us Anne Thompson, more than 20 years ago, an association to develop precisely a critical view of academic evolution, and I tried to do that at the beginning with Pierre Bourdieu, who is not supposed to be an accomplice of neoliberalism. But at the same time, I am convinced by the collective experiment of this association that the decline and fall refrain, so present among humanities and social sciences scholars, is a counterproductive attitude leading to demobilization and inefficiency. As scholars and professors, we have a double responsibility, and Coligny said that too. First, we have to know and interpret evolutions of our professional milieu in order to anticipate where we are going, and if we disagree, to alert our peers and students or authorities against some absurdities or mistakes. Secondly, we have to criticize existing literature, which, for a large part, and Coligny said it also, lays on a self-fulfilling prophecy emanating from decision makers, official agencies, or counselors, pretending to be neutral, but in reality clearly linked to some specific interest when they pretend to announce a particular future against another one. My presentation will be based on two preceding inquiries. First, I will present some conclusions drawn from an extensive reading of literature concerning higher learning in the world, presented in my book, not quoted by Anne Thompson, Histoire des Universités, published in 2012, completed by some other unpublished papers. Second, I will complete it with a summary of interventions presented by different scholars on their countries in two recent symposiums organized by the before-mentioned ARESER. The papers will be published next year, and the confrontation of different case studies all over the world show that contrary to what you may currently read in literature, no unique path is at work, and that we may find contradictory examples diverging from the supposed dominant model of a globalization and marketization of higher learning. So I will first examine the French case and then other national cases. Higher learning in France has been characterized in the recent decades by numerous reforms emanating both from leftist and rightist governments, but globally converging towards the international prescription of US in quote mark models. At the same time, they met strong resistances expressed in strikes, university occupations, web and street mobilization, with unfortunately no real success except a slowing process of the reforms. Nevertheless, some of the major features of French universities are still present, and major problems, insufficient funding, inefficient orientation of students, unbalanced and growing inequalities between institutions, social milieu and religion, persist in spite of the official activism pretending to solve them. At the beginning of the 80s, there were about 1 million students in France. 10 years later, enrollments rose to 1.7 million. In the period since 2000, it hit a peak of 2.4 million in 2013. Even if the growth of universities stricto sensu is not so important, 100,000 students were only added since 2000, the prospect defended in 2008 by the Minister of Universities that university enrollments would be stagnant has been deceived by recent evolution, due probably to the growth of unemployment in younger generations after the economic crisis beginning in 2008 and which is not yet solved, as you know, in Europe. This failure in prediction is a sign of the fragility of prospective politics in this particular domain. The main transformation was a growing heterogeneity of student backgrounds linked to their growing numbers. These changes affected, at most, classical universities and did not touch the selective and upper strata of higher learning, which became more and more prestigious as the non-selective tracks oriented themselves towards a mass audience. Contrary to what is often written or said, there are not two types of higher learning in France, grandes écoles on one side and universities stricto sensu in the other. But in fact, if we examine the processes of formation and sociological recruitment, we may identify three different tracks. The highly selective one here, the true grandes écoles with the medical faculty with formal concourse and numerous clauses. The medium selective one here, small professional schools, technological institutes, and so on. And the institution with a low level here of selection policy at entrance, practicing a progressive selection after the BA or master level, highest the universities proper, except the medicine faculty. This very complex organization originates in a long-term historical stratification of distinct institutions and shows the importance of various governments of both rightist and leftist orientation to change the system as a whole since 50 years. So there are reforms, but there is no real change. In spite of constant reforms every 2 or 3 years. This reform addresses partially to specific agendas or to some acute crisis, and they end without solving the structural problems pertaining to the hierarchical and non-academic institutions, which are being defended by corporate lobbies and very powerful groups. Successive governments have added new reform without any effective evaluation of the result of the preceding one. Another problem derives from the discrepancy between the cycles of political life, I think it's a very important issue even outside France, and the specific tempo of higher learning. The political gains from a true reform of higher learning will not bring any political profit to the initiator, but only to a new government coming 6 or 7 years later. In the media-oriented political landscape of our times, this discrepancy is rather counterproductive for professional politicians because they are very eager to show to their voters their efficiency in governance, quotation marks. Therefore, partial but spectacular measures are always privileged to the detriment of long-term transformations, and true structural change is difficult to implement. In a country where the time left for political action between two elections is shorter and shorter, and where political cohabitation between left and right, French specificity, higher learning policies have had little change to be fully put into practice before being neutralized by a new government imposing opposite principles or other priorities. As a consequence, students in the weakest section of the higher learning, universities, as such, are the principal victims of this erratic agenda, while the two other selective sections are far less affected by the changing rules of the game. As in other developed countries, the second specific orientation of French academic reforms is linked to the application of the new public management to universities. Academic institutions are supposed to become more and more productive to face international competition, as Coligny said earlier. To better their productivity, funds must be allotted according to an evaluation of their results in matter of formation research or their ability to place graduates on the job markets. Multiple ratios have been introduced to evaluate the academic achievement, rate of success or failure at exams, proportion of students without diplomas, student satisfaction with the academic atmosphere, amount of success in acquiring a professional position in relation to the diploma they obtain, objective output of academics in terms of patents, academic papers, quotation in international reviews, and so on. Every 4 years, a complete audit of all academic aspects is sent to the minister, and specific evaluators scrutinize each type of activity. It's an imitation of the famous British area. But its real impact, in difference with the British situation, is limited for two reasons. A greater part of research funding is now available out ministerial resources. There are official agencies such as CNRS, Agence Nationale pour la Recherche, scientific foundations, new excellence programs, European research program, and so on, where you can draw resources without being linked to the university funds. And the weakest universities are at the same time, in the general, the most badly evaluated regarding other criteria. So they are, in general, having no incitation to research. So there is no transformation on this side. But since it depends more and more than ever from public resources, if the government applied brutally, as in England, the principle of selection and downsizing inherent to this new management, it would condemn them to closure or bankruptcy, which is not really possible for a public institution. This is not just a theoretical view. In recent years, due to the application of the new law on financial autonomy in 2007, more than 14 French universities are in deficit, and the government was obliged whether to take the hand on their budget directly, contradicting the theme of autonomy, or to incite them to drastic cuts, and in the best case, to accord some new funds independent from their managerial evolution. So he is doing the reverse of what should be the conclusion of the evaluation. Even if the Sarkozy presidency and the Hollande one present that all their efforts are meant to give a new dynamism to universities, they did nothing in reality to counter the specific drawbacks of French universities. The contradiction between centralization and decentralization, the huge inequalities of wealth and prestige, in particular regarding the grandes écoles, the incompatible political missions of open access and excellence which are proposed to the institution, and the low level of financing due to free access. The loi de rénovation de l'université, inspired by this neoliberal agenda from Britain, rejected in reality higher fees and initial selection, which would have been coherent with its neoliberal agenda. But it would have caused close street demonstrations as in 1968 or 1986, and the government was not so confident to oppose this. The actualization of this law by the new Socialist Minister of Universities, Mrs. Fioraso, did not solve either these crucial issues. Even here and there, some specific tracts or institutions tend to apply the marketing principles dominant in English-speaking countries, but as derogatory exceptions. So you have two systems which are cohabitating in the same country. In France, we have in reality two different higher learnings and research policies, not one. One for ordinary and low-cost students, and one for upper-level and higher fee-paying students. One leading to lesser paid jobs and disciplines, the other for more lucrative and professional positions. This hypocritical choice, contrary to the official Republican motto, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, contributes to the reproduction of inequalities and social positions between generations in spite of the massification and democratization of higher learning since the last 3 decades. So, which future? So the fallacies of new public management, actual financial crisis, and big is beautiful, the Shanghai syndrome. Other national cases now. In some respect, in spite of its specificities, the French situation is a sort of summary of global oppositions and opposite policies implemented at the European or even at the world level. A statistical indicator, even if Coligny was very skeptical, gave a simplified view of this general and apparently schematic affirmation. This is drawn from an independent think tank which tried to give new indicators. So, in general, French higher learning is presented as a system nearer to the welfare model based on cheap universities with a relative free access. But this is true only if you look at the university part of the system. If you look at the other part of the system, this is not true at all. This view centered on classic public university forgets that more than 1/3 of French students are now enrolled in quite different institutions, far more expensive, market-oriented, and selective. So you have a double system. The focalization on fees is also misleading, since the cost of higher learning is not limited to this element. Transport, books, computers, absence of regular resource, or insufficient scholarships, if a student wants to obtain his diplomas in good condition, should be taken into account. And the interest of this statistic is to take into account all these costs. At this respect, France, as you see on this graph, is in a less favorable position than many other countries offering better conditions for student life. Public libraries are less affluent and generally understaffed. Accommodation in the greater towns, and especially in Ile-de-France and Paris, are expensive, and student residents are lacking in many places in spite of recent efforts of building. The amounts and numbers of scholarships or public aids have not followed the needs of life cost. This explains that in this graph concerning the specific contribution of students to their studies as a percentage of gross domestic product is higher than countries reputed in principle for their high fees and market-oriented policies such as the United States and Canada. The gap between all these developed countries, from Japan to Sweden, shows that in spite of a supposed neoliberal turn, the models of founding and social ideals remain quite different all over the world, and that the national academic traditions are still resilient. We may precise this point with a few cases. If you look at this statistic about the part of financial resource taken from student loans on one side and scholarships, you see also that there are very different situations all over the world. If you take now the US problems, US universities are now challenging a very great problem, that is student debt. Many students are indebted, and if you take the amount of this debt, it is quite improbable that they should pay it one time or another. because this debt should be paid if they obtain good positions on the job markets. But as you know, there is a shrinkage of the good position on the job markets. So many students are conscious that they should not be able to pay their debt when they would be in charge of a profession. And this would be a new crisis, a new debt crisis. Martin Wolf, an economist columnist of the Financial Times, which is in general favorable to neoliberal themes, said this in a paper translated in Le Monde in French, but I have translated the French version in English. It's quite absurd, but I had not time to find the English original version. American educative system is deteriorating. Children from less affluent families are disadvantaged to get access to universities. So, at the opposite, the majority of European or Asiatic leaders concerned by education continue to implement policies inspired by this notion that you should pay for what you are learning. They wish in particular to enlarge the financial contribution of students or their families, both to expand the autonomous resources of universities, to oblige students to follow a rational and professional strategy like an homo economicus conscious, since each year spoiled costs more, and to better the global productivity of the system by eliminating amateurs or unable and less motivated people. Pierre Gervais, in the colloquium I mentioned earlier, shows that the main change in the academic system in US is the elevation of fees in the public institutions. So the difference between public and private institutions is shrinking at this regard. Tuition and fees in the public institution were 12.9% of their revenues in 1980, as you see, and in 2009 and 2010 it was 18.4 of them, so a big elevation. And in private universities, growing part also was obvious, 36.6 and 40.7, but you see that the relative growth is higher in the public universities. And this explanation, this is linked to the new orientation of local and federated states policies. Local constituencies, which are subsidizing the public universities in the states, diminished their support to state universities in order to lower taxes, a common obsession of Democrat and Republican representatives at the local level. This growing charge asked to students explains the general discourse on the crisis of middle-class prospects in American society, which President Obama used also in one of his discourses. Even with public aids or loans, the burden of education becomes a trap for the weakest segments of these groups, already stricken by the stagnation of revenues and credit crisis after 2008. UK faced similar problems with the financial crisis and new policy of high fees and growing loan voted by the Cameron government and denounced with great force by Stefan Collini here present. The protests in Chile, South Korea or Canada about the same questions have been also on the agenda in recent years and explain why the American model or its imitation around the world is no more so popular, even in the discourse of neoliberal ideologues. They try now to justify these reforms of tuition and fees by more sophisticated consideration about equity than those dominant before concerning efficiency. Fees should be higher, they argue, because the social recruitment of students is not a true copy of society. Those who benefit the most of the best universities and curricula in France, as everywhere else, are coming from privileged strata, and their studies are partially paid by taxpayers whose children are not present in these sections. In France, Sciences Po in Paris, because of its derogatory status, was able to introduce earlier this new model of unequal fees depending on family resources, with a repartition of the surplus from the wealthiest to the less dotted to give more scholarships and help bright students of modest backgrounds. Some theoreticians and journalists or politicians have defended the generalization of such a repartition system in the universities. But these arguments, even comforted by the well-mediated experiments thanks to the many alumni of Sciences Po present in the most influential information organs, such as Le Monde, forget two questions inherent to the specificities of French university. As we have seen before, their dominated position in front of grandes écoles or private schools, and the extreme inequality of their resources and prospects depending on their regional implantation and specialization. Sciences Po reform was rather easy to impose at the end of the 90s. This school is situated in the Beau Quartier in Paris, recruits high-status students, and is oriented toward higher tertiary positions. Therefore, the supplement of fees is sustainable by student families and generally accepted because the large Sciences Po alumni network let hope that everyone would get good jobs. Very few universities or curricula inside them may pretend to such favorable conditions. They have no esprit corps, they have no possibilities to get the best jobs. So the growth of fees would be rejected, I think, very generally by the families. Let's see now another case, which is in Latin America. This continent is always presented as the initial space of experimentation for neoliberal reforms in the economic sphere, but also in education. Chile, after Pinochet's coup d'etat, was the first to be transformed along this program with a radical privatization not only of companies, but also of universities as well. In 1990, after the end of the military regime, education expenses represented 3.9% of brut interior product, with a majority for private sector, 2.4 against 1.5 for state resources. In 2008, so almost 20 years after the end of the dictatorship, it was respectively 6.8, 4.2 for the private section and 2.7 for the public. So the situation did not change. This situation, which has some equivalence in other Latin American countries, is the most radical application of the Chicago Boys program. The aims of the Pinochet regime was to purge universities from Marxist influence, very obvious in the period of expansion and under the Allende presidency. It was also to adapt universities to the needs of private sector, to select by money barriers social recruitment, and to create profit-making institutions in education to reinforce the groups sharing the same economic ideal as the dictatorship and ruling class. In spite of the systematicity and the longevity of this policy, which is quite what Stéphane Coligny exposed in his utopian or dystopian view, we see that the system is at its end because there are larger and larger resistance and protests through the students. And also they discover that this system is not efficient, neither good for the quality system, because the best students are going outside the country to follow other courses in other in other countries which are more favorable to research and not only practical or pragmatic finality for education. High-status universities have declined and are unable to sustain international comparison. In consequence, most ambitious or promising students or researchers are obliged to study outside in the US or in more efficient Latin American universities. Fees represent an excessive charge for the majority of middle classes, and movements contesting this system are very active. The best universities are very selective and expensive, and only students coming from private and expensive secondary schools have a chance to get access to them. So there is no equity at all. In consequence, cultural and economic capital are going hand in hand to ensure a good formation. Debts and loans for students or their families are becoming excessive burdens, in particular when job prospects are worsening, which is the case now. This explains why Chile occupies the second place in the PISA ranking concerning social segregation. So the neoliberal agenda is completely counterproductive at all levels, whether research or social mobility. The new president elected in 2013 has promised reform going towards a freer access to higher learning and trying to reverse 3 decades of neoliberal university. So this is a sign of hope for us, which are not still in this system. My third example would be Sweden. I have also a statistic on Brazil which shows that the government of Lula tried also to go in the other direction. In the dictatorship in Brazil, there was some politics similar to Chile, but since the left turn after the presidency of Lula, the accent was put on development of public universities and social aids for students. So the contrary to what was done in the preceding decade. So you see that the people who were the most engaged in the neoliberal way are trying to get outside of it. So for us, it is also an hope that we are not necessarily obliged to go in this direction. My third example would be Sweden, which, as you know, was the model of the welfare university with very low fees and very social-oriented policy to enhance education and equality. And the conservative government in 1993 tried to change this orientation towards a more neoliberal also policy. But they did not go very far. Their only change was to put competition between institutions, but the institutions remain public ones, and also to demand higher fees for foreign students. So the only result was that foreign students did not go to Sweden, but in general they were not going to Sweden because the climate is not so good, and that you cannot change it. So it's to try to see that we are not on a one-way story. A general conclusion of these contrasted cases is that market-oriented mechanisms do not solve anterior contradiction of traditional academic systems, and that the system nearer to the neoliberal or new management ideal are suffering too from different pitfalls, whether at the detriment of students or academics, or even more generally of quality and achievement, contrary to the official justifications of these reforms. So to conclude, some general contemporary problems and the problem of the academic globalization. If our comparisons give a good idea of the contrary trend of academic life, this explains why it is more and more difficult to speak of one academic world and of its globalization. To keep in mind the inner diversity of each national case, and as a consequence, the different types of international circulation at work between them, we ought now to speak of higher learnings, in the plural, distinct not only by their graduations, disciplinary boundaries, and relative wealth or institutional status, private, public, local, national, but more than before by their unequal possibilities to get access to international relations. This is the reason why the comparative statistics produced by UNESCO or OECD on universities or education policies, even if they are useful to have a quick glance on contemporary realities, are unable to produce true explanations of their evolution. They lay in general on national means that blur the growing inner diversity of academic systems. When economists, as they frequently do, try to produce global models of correlation between the general counts and other macro, cultural, political, or economic variables, they obtain only truisms that richer countries have richer universities, for example, but forget the contradictory movement at work inside each society related to social forces and historical specificities. The classical form of university, more or less derived from the Humboldtian ideal, represents now a minority of cases. And even it is still overrepresented in the main international rankings and serves as a consolatory myth for older generations, such as mine, who never accepted, in fact, the two phases of massification which occurred since the World War II. The European Institute in Florence, here, at a small case, is a sort of recreation of these very exceptional conditions of what was this classical university, conceived as a research university forming mainly future researchers and academics. Our symposium, I guess, should not be an exercise of self-congratulation to comfort this utopia and hoping to convert the rest of the academic world to it. Neither must we conclude that this utopia is condemned to disappear because of all the challenges coming from the other higher learnings, radically incompatible to such a specific world. Some sections of higher learning are major contributors to the international circulation of knowledge, ideas, students, and scholars. Others, on the opposite, are embedded in professionalization, technical, and social skills specific to each national or even regional culture and aiming at its reproduction and perpetuation. The role of students in recent protest movement in emerging countries or even in developed ones shows these contradictory trends. Some rebelling against injustice, dictatorial regimes, or regressive social policies. Others being manipulated by conservative and clerical forces opposed to Occidental values. Circulations themselves may reinforce the dominations of some sectors of higher learning. We may think here of natural sciences, which ask more and more financial resources and which are still mainly located in industrial countries or northern hemisphere. They attract PhD candidates, postdocs, and researchers in the universities or research centers with the highest potentials and the best financial conditions. In 2003, for example, the majority of PhD laureates in the US were born outside US, against 27% in 1973. The percentage was 50% in physical sciences, 67% in engineering sciences, and even 68% in economics, and there were many French in them. Most of them tried to stay and work in their host country or in similar developed countries where professional prospects and salaries are better than in their native country. It is a famous brain drain which began in the 60s and which is still and even more going on. This phenomenon exists too in human and social science, even if it is not so important due to linguistic and cultural obstacles. It is a positive contribution thanks to cooperative publications or temporary stays in foreign countries to a growing communication between academic spaces. Nevertheless, this globalization is very partial and uneven. There are deep imbalances between the different regions of the world, even if circulations between the souths are appearing along the traditional attraction from south to north of the globe. So this is one of this type of global comparison by economics, which shows that everything is everywhere, that you cannot conclude anything. And here you have this great imbalance between the flux of students at the general level, and you still see this domination of the north of the hemisphere. Diverging strategy and the new conflict of disciplines. The second general problem of the contemporary academic world is a diverging ideal of research at work, even inside higher learning. Each type of disciplines, institutions, form of a relationship between academic research and the outer world develops specific activities under this abstract and ambiguous word, research, which as culture is used with no precision. Due to financial constraints, academic research is pushed to contract with outside partners which are orienting the field of inquiry, the urging questions, and in some fields, privatize the results and hinder a normal and critical communication, since there are economic interests, such as patent or industrial applications, to be drawn by the sponsor. This issue is not so sensitive in our own fields, but this contributes to give a new gap inside the academia between specialties implied in these networks and those with still rather independent means. This does not mean that humanities or social sciences still personalize the old classical university and that their pessimistic mood is just the expression of their disarray in front of this dismal landscape and their relative loss of attraction. My impression, but this should ask for specific inquiry, is that diverging philosophies of our vocation or function are also at work inside this small world of humanities and social sciences. If I take the disciplines which I know a little better, history or sociology, you may find now an inner division of labor or diverging social strategies between subspecialties built on autonomous or research-oriented questions, but with rare secondary profit-making activities, and other ones which clearly play the game of subcontracting for public or private institutions, or invest the public sphere as experts or counselors to get prestige and additional funds. This is not you. We may find people in the place to accumulate these different type of investment, academic and non-academic. But this type of plurality of position was reserved till a recent period to very few and central people in each discipline. Nowadays, you may find on the reverse rather young people clearly invested in the new markets for profit and public recognition without waiting time to get the highest status in their main profession. Another deregulating process at work now is the concurrence between older and more recent disciplines. After the expansion of classical social sciences, already existing at the end of the 19th century, the decades after 1968 have seen the emergence of new social sciences which are no more based on a specific theoretical prospect, but defined more by an empirical or social phenomenon, isolated for practical reasons and eclectically combining methods borrowed from older disciplines. If you take political science, for example, you find in multiple studies a combination of sociological, historical, juridical, cognitive science method to study political issues isolated as an autonomous domain, which is not true at once. Politics are not isolated. It is more or less the same with different items for new disciplines such as management, communication, education, urban studies, and so on. In general, older disciplines do not bother with the new challengers, believing that their inherited prestige is a protection against their concurrence. But with the new competition inside each university or between institutions for resources and posts, the problems of frontiers or the risks of hacking, plagiary works, or recycling of data or results without recognition of their true origins, linked to the reciprocal ignorance of criteria specific to each disciplinary field, become greater and greater, as some recent scandals or scientific mistakes have shown. I remember the Sokal affair for the older people here. With the multiplication of publications online and the difficulty to control all electronic scientific resources in different languages, a soft academic delinquency or unfair trade is easily practiced and more probable to get mediatic status. Some universities are now sending messages, I received some, to verify, for example, the validity of curricula sent by some applicants. Contestations on true paternity of result, very sensitive in experimental sciences, I remember the controversy on the VIH, will more and more develop on these global competitive research markets, where institutions of evaluation or recognitions have no international competence except in very small and old well-controlled field. UNESCO Social Science Report in 2010 was entitled Knowledge Divides. On the reverse, academic ideal at its origins, like today, in its most preserved versions from political or economic constraints was to reunify through knowledge, to produce and transmit knowledge and cultural patrimony in order to understand and so unify the world, in conformity with the common prefix of the free notion, unify, universe, university. 8 centuries after its remote origins, this ideal is still actual and efficient, because it was too much successful with its global extension, its exponential expansion in recent decades, and its growing qualitative sophistication. This implies that no governing body, local, regional, national, transnational, is able to really orient or predict its future, as the counterproductive effects of some technocratic policies I have mentioned have shown. New risks and challenges are more and more obvious. Subordination to heteronomous requirements, as Coligny exposed, closure or fragmentation in small fields refusing external stimulus, contrary to its function of transmission and exchange. A greater threat yet would be the loss of faith of its intellectual function, corruption by plagiarism and fakes, multiplication of imaginary credentials through the selling of academic degrees, as it is practiced in some countries in Europe, as in the least glorious ages of all medieval or early modern university. The main utility of history is to recall men and women that they already faced major crises, and they are still there, and were able or unable to face or solve them thanks to critical reflection and the tools of reason, the two major virtues and values of higher learning. Our transversal discussion in this symposium, as some of the preceding consideration or following contribution will show, should be the first step in this direction against mere resignation or uncritical adhesion to the dominant topoi. And I would like to show you this picture because it is the motto of one Chinese university, which is in Shanghai, but who is still celebrating such truth as those that I mentioned in my conclusion. You have the Chinese translation for the people who cannot read English.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As before, if there are any particular questions that you want to ask, we can take them. Otherwise, we'll have the discussion after Professor Okayama. But if there's anything specific, because I said that obviously that the discussion, there are many overlapping issues of these papers and the third one, so we can put it off until then, if you like. So that would be the best, I think. Okay, so we'll...
Do you know how to take it out?
In theory, that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Okayama, I'd like to... yes, je crois que c'est mieux de venir ici, là où vous voulez. Vous le mettre ici ou là? Comme vous voulez. So, Shigeru Okayama is a professor at the Waseda Institute for European Studies in Japan. And he specializes in the study of France, and he will be speaking in French. But vous pouvez aussi... Les questions, vous pouvez aussi comprendre l'anglais pour les questions, oui. Un peu. Okay, but otherwise we shall have a translation. So he's written widely on the problems of higher education, although my Japanese is not good enough to indicate the titles of what you've written, but if you would, 1 minute. But also he has created a Japanese branch of the Association de réflexion sur l'enseignement supérieur et la recherche, of which he is now the General Secretary. Mon japonais n'est pas si bien pour indiquer les titres de vos livres, donc si vous voulez en indiquer vous-même, parce que... voilà. Merci.
Je
Je peux commencer?
Oui, voilà, merci.
Je suis très heureux d'être ici, invité comme un seul asiatique à cette question entre le pouvoir et le savoir depuis 200 ans. Et je suis très reconnaissant d'être invité ici pour parler du Japon. Et je parle en français, et ce n'est pas parce que je n'aime pas l'anglais. Et je ne sais pratiquement pas parler en anglais, et je n'ai pas eu suffisamment de temps pour apprendre deux langues étrangères au Japon. Et donc, permettez-moi de parler en français. L'université a été introduite au Japon dans la deuxième moitié du XIXe siècle par le gouvernement. Dans un pays fermé pendant 2 siècles et demi aux étrangers, on a essayé d'implanter une fleur européenne appelée université, en s'inspirant à la fois des modèles français, allemands et anglais. À cette époque, il n'y avait que ces modèles nationaux, les universités médiévales de langue latine étant déjà disparues. Il semble que cette fleur se soit bien enracinée sur le sol japonais, car depuis, les universités se sont multipliées et jusqu'à être au nombre de 781 aujourd'hui. Mais ces universités sont-elles toutes dignes d'être appelées universités? Y a-t-il vraiment aujourd'hui un modèle japonais de l'université? Si oui, est-ce un modèle national aux couleurs japonaises ou un modèle apatride qui tend à être facilement absorbé par la mondialisation? Penser au cas japonais nous permettra de réfléchir sur l'avenir de l'université. Car en Europe, un espace universitaire européen a été créé par le processus de Bologne, et cela oblige chaque pays européen à repenser son modèle national. L'université en Europe a 800 ans d'histoire, alors que l'université moderne n'en a que 200. L'université moderne a commencé par la fondation de l'université de Berlin en 1810, mais on parle maintenant de la fin de l'ère humboldtienne, l'idée fondatrice de cette université. L'université japonaise, née du métissage des modèles occidentaux, n'est pas forcément apatride. Depuis la fondation de l'université de Tokyo en 1877, 137 ans se sont écoulés. Et pendant ce temps-là, ce qu'on peut appeler le modèle japonais s'est constitué. Mais il souffre d'étiolement maintenant. Son système hybride, avec des universités nationales et des universités privées, tous deux contrôlés par l'État, est en crise. Le gouvernement japonais et le ministère de l'Éducation ne pensent qu'à la globalisation de l'enseignement supérieur et ne respectent plus le modèle national traditionnel. La politique actuelle de faire entrer 10 universités japonaises dans les 100 meilleures universités du monde n'améliore nullement la situation actuelle où les universités japonaises souffrent de difficultés de financement. Pour analyser historiquement cette situation, je voudrais traiter de 3 points. Premièrement, je montrerai comment le Japon a introduit les modèles occidentaux, des modèles européens pour créer son système universitaire. Deuxièmement, j'aborderai le problème de l'enseignement des langues étrangères, problème clé pour comprendre la distinction des élites japonaises. Troisièmement, je parlerai de l'idée du fonds littéraire de Mallarmé, qui a rêvé à la fin du XIXe siècle d'implanter le modèle anglais sur le sol français. Nous savons que cette proposition de Mallarmé n'a attiré l'attention ni du gouvernement ni de l'Académie française, mais elle est encore utile, me semble-t-il, pour refonder l'université au XXIe siècle. C'est en 1853 que des navires de guerre américains sont arrivés au large de la baie de Tokyo pour obliger le shogunat de Tokugawa à ouvrir le pays. Le shogunat décida de renoncer à sa politique d'isolement pour établir des relations diplomatiques avec les puissances occidentales. Il signa avec elles des traités de paix et d'amitié qui étaient en vérité des traités inégaux. Et c'est pourquoi des mouvements de protestation se sont produits dans le pays où beaucoup de jeunes samouraïs étaient mécontents de leur situation et de la domination pétrifiée du shogunat. Dans ces conditions, quelques samouraïs intellectuels créèrent des écoles privées d'études européennes à Edo, à Osaka ou à Nagasaki. Avant, lorsque le pays était fermé, c'est seulement à Nagasaki et que l'on pouvait entretenir des relations avec les étrangers. Et parmi les Européens, seuls les Hollandais étaient autorisés à négocier avec les Japonais. Mais on se mit à apprendre l'anglais et le français plutôt que le hollandais. Parmi les élèves de ces écoles privées de langues européennes, il y a les fondateurs de deux futures universités privées. Yukichi Fukuzawa, fondateur de l'université Keio Gijuku, et Shigenobu Okuma, fondateur de l'université Waseda. Ils sont tous deux nés dans la région de Kyushu, la grande île au sud-ouest du Japon, où se trouve Nagasaki, et ils ont appris d'abord le hollandais, puis l'anglais. Le gouvernement de Meiji créa en 1877 l'université de Tokyo, en réunissant les deux écoles spécialisées pour les langues et la médecine, qui existaient à l'époque d'Edo. Le gouvernement de Meiji invita des professeurs étrangers pour y donner des cours de haut niveau à des étudiants sélectionnés à travers le pays. Même après la restauration de Meiji, il y a eu des insurrections menées par d'anciens samouraïs mécontents du gouvernement. L'insurrection du sud-ouest en 1877, provoquée par Takamori Saigo, grand général lors de la Restauration, originaire de Kyushu, fut la plus importante et en fait la dernière guerre civile au Japon. Elle fut réprimée par l'armée gouvernementale, mais les mouvements populaires s'étendirent à tout le pays. En 1880, une pétition pour l'établissement de la diète fut déposée par 135 000 personnes et le gouvernement fut obligé de promettre d'instituer la diète et de rédiger une constitution. Or, Shigenobu Okuma, fondateur de l'université de Waseda, qui était à l'époque ministre des Finances, fut expulsé du gouvernement en 1881 en raison de querelles intestines. Il organisa l'année suivante le parti pro-constitutionnel et créa une école professionnelle appelée l'École d'études spécialisées de Tokyo, à l'origine de l'université Waseda. Je note aussi que le contrat social de Jean-Jacques Rousseau fut traduit en japonais en 1882 par Chomin Nakae, ancien samouraï de caste inférieure, né à Shikoku, qui avait étudié en France comme boursier du gouvernement japonais dans les années 70. Il fut lui aussi expulsé de la scène politique nationale à cause de ses inclinaisons révolutionnaires. Hirobumi Ito, personnage principal du gouvernement, a dû être inquiet de l'action d'Okuma parce que c'est seulement 5 ans après l'insurrection de Saigo qu'il créa son parti et fonda son école. Ito conclut qu'il fallait créer une université nationale destinée à former de bonnes et dociles technocrates de l'État. Il voyagea en 1882 en Europe pour étudier les constitutions des pays européens et rencontra à cette occasion Lorenz von Stein, politologue et professeur à l'université de Vienne. On dit que c'est lui qui a inspiré Ito à créer l'université impériale. Devenu le premier Premier ministre du Japon, il décida en 1886 de transformer l'université de Tokyo en l'université impériale. Cette université était différente de l'université de Berlin que Wilhelm von Humboldt conçue au début du XIXe siècle, une université vouée à la recherche et à l'enseignement. Elle était différente aussi, malgré son nom, de l'université impériale de Napoléon, l'ensemble de l'enseignement de l'éducation physique dans tout empire. Certes, chaque faculté ressemblait à une grande école française, car chacune était destinée à former les élites d'État, mais elle ne coïncidait pas totalement au modèle français. À la faculté de droit, les étudiants s'efforçaient de noter en classe tous les propos du professeur pour les apprendre par cœur et les transcrire lors de l'examen sans y apporter aucune modification. Cet enseignement était plutôt sous l'influence de l'éducation confucianiste de l'époque Edo, où on faisait répéter et mémoriser des textes de Confucius. L'université impériale de Kyoto, créée par le gouvernement en 1897, a voulu de son côté se distancier de ce modèle de l'université impériale. À la faculté de droit, les professeurs rentrés de leurs études à l'étranger, en Allemagne notamment, voulaient introduire le modèle humboldtien, mais ils ne réussissaient pas à faire passer leurs étudiants au concours de recrutement des fonctionnaires d'État, de l'État, domaine exclusif de la faculté de droit de l'université impériale de Tokyo. Ils ont fini par adopter l'enseignement de celle-ci pour recruter plus d'étudiants. Le gouvernement créa encore successivement 5 universités impériales à Sendai, Fukuoka, Sapporo, Osaka et à Nagoya, dont les professeurs étaient en général formés à l'université impériale de Tokyo. Le gouvernement créa en outre des écoles professionnelles et des écoles normales pour soutenir le développement de l'empire, et le secteur public de l'enseignement supérieur fut ainsi constitué progressivement. L'enseignement supérieur privé, c'est-à-dire des écoles spécialisées de toutes sortes, répondait de son côté au désir de connaissance des jeunes gens qui ne pouvaient pas entrer dans l'enseignement public qui était très sélectif. Mais parmi les écoles privées qui disposaient de ressources suffisantes, il y en a eu quelques-unes qui voulaient être considérées comme des universités. L'école spécialisée de Tokyo, par exemple, s'appelait dès 1902 Université Waseda. sans avoir attendu l'autorisation du gouvernement. Le gouvernement promulgua en effet en 1918 le décret sur l'université pour permettre à ces écoles publiques et privées de s'appeler universités. Mais une fois devenues universités, les écoles privées passaient sous le contrôle de l'État. Leurs étudiants étaient exemptés du service militaire et obtenaient le droit d'enseigner dans le secondaire. Devenir une université était alors attractif pour recruter des étudiants. De cette façon, s'est constitué le système hybride d'un enseignement public et d'un enseignement privé, tous deux contrôlés par l'État. Ce système était bien efficace pour le développement rapide de l'Empire, tellement ce dernier se crut capable de rivaliser avec les puissances européennes. Pierre Bourdieu a parlé de l'histoire de la noblesse d'État au Japon, qui date du 8e siècle et qui s'est perpétuée jusqu'à Todai, l'université de Tokyo aujourd'hui. D'après lui, la restauration de Meiji est une révolution conservatrice initiée par des samouraïs sans ressources qui ont essayé de transformer le capital symbolique de la noblesse en celui des fonctionnaires. Les samouraïs de la fin du shogunat et du début de l'ère Meiji, aspirant à la liberté aux droits du peuple, semblent être des modernistes. Mais ce qu'ils ont recherché en réalité sont les libertés et les droits des privilégiés de l'époque féodale. Voilà toutes les ambiguïtés de la restauration de Meiji, selon Bourdieu. Je me demande pourquoi il existe cette continuité de la noblesse d'État au Japon, et j'examinerai maintenant ce problème en considérant les relations entre le japonais et les langues étrangères. Avant l'ère Meiji, les Japonais s'inspiraient seulement du chinois comme modèle de langue. Non pas du chinois comme langue parlée, mais du chinois comme langue écrite. En Extrême-Orient, l'équivalent du latin pour les Européens était en effet le chinois. Au Japon, on lisait le chinois en le prononçant à la japonaise et en remodelant l'ordre des mots sur la syntaxe japonaise. Quant à la relation entre le japonais et les langues européennes depuis l'ère Meiji, nous pouvons dire que l'introduction de l'université au Japon a permis de transformer le japonais en une langue moderne, en une langue nationale, capable de les traduire littéralement. Il y en a eu 3 étapes dans cette transformation. De l'ère Meiji jusqu'à une époque récente, chaque professeur étranger enseignait dans sa propre langue. Et les professeurs japonais reprenaient le cours du professeur étranger en japonais. Aujourd'hui, des professeurs japonais enseignent les étudiants étrangers et japonais en anglais. La première étape est celle de l'université de Tokyo créée en 1877. Là, les professeurs étrangers enseignaient dans leur propre langue. Les étudiants devaient suivre 3 ans d'enseignement préparatoire dans une langue vivante. Après leurs études, ils devaient servir l'État comme fonctionnaires ou étaient envoyés par l'État à l'étranger pour approfondir leur savoir. Ils étaient alors capables de parler couramment une langue étrangère, et cela leur permettait de communiquer facilement lorsqu'ils allaient étudier à l'étranger. À leur retour, ils devenaient professeurs. Ils enseignaient cette fois en japonais. C'est de cette manière-là que le gouvernement de Meiji a souhaité moderniser le pays et assurer son indépendance. La deuxième étape est nationale. Les Japonais sont suffisamment instruits pour assurer l'enseignement supérieur. On n'a plus besoin de recourir aux professeurs étrangers. Cette étape a commencé avec la création de l'Université impériale en 1886 et dure encore maintenant. On pourrait l'appeler l'ère de la culture ou de la Bildung. Comme on peut enseigner dans sa langue maternelle, les langues étrangères comme langue parlée sont exclues. Certes, on les traduit en japonais et on excelle dans la traduction, mais on souffrira de difficultés à s'exprimer dans une langue étrangère. Nous ne pouvons plus sortir de l'espace de la langue japonaise. Soseki Natsume, professeur de la littérature anglaise à l'Université impériale de Tokyo, fut l'une des premières victimes de cet enseignement. Il a souffert mentalement lorsqu'il est allé étudier à Londres en 1901. Rentré, il préféra devenir romancier. Mais c'est grâce à lui que la littérature moderne japonaise est devenue possible. Les institutions comme les lycées nationaux et les universités privées ont bien contribué au développement de la Bildung. Mais c'est la faculté des lettres de l'Université impériale de Tokyo qui en a fertilisé le sol imaginaire. En dehors de Soseki Natsume, des écrivains comme Junichiro Tanizaki, Yasunari Kawabata, Osamu Dazai, Yukio Mishima, Kenzaburo Oe sont tous d'anciens étudiants de cette faculté. De la fin de l'ère Meiji jusqu'au début de l'ère Showa, en passant par l'ère Taisho, la Bildung et la traduction s'épanouiront grâce à la presse et aux maisons d'édition en pleine activité. Mais cet espace de la culture était idéologiquement très fermé. Ce n'était pas un espace social, mais langagier. La plupart des universitaires et des intellectuels de l'époque ne pouvaient pas critiquer le régime autoritaire qui s'était imposé au cours des ères Taisho et Showa. Ils créèrent, au contraire, l'association patriotique des gens des lettres pour soutenir l'État. Les rares intellectuels critiques comme Shusui Kotoku et Sakae Osugi furent poursuivis pour crimes de lèse-majesté ou assassinés. Soseki Natsume ne réagit pas lors de l'affaire de lèse-majesté où Shusui Kotoku fut condamné et exécuté bien qu'il fût innocent. Hideo Kobayashi, traducteur de Rimbaud et qui se considérait comme disciple de Baudelaire, approuva de son côté la politique impérialiste du gouvernement. Selon lui, le Japon devait surmonter la modernité occidentale et libérer l'Asie de la domination des Européens. Dans l'après-guerre, le système universitaire d'avant-guerre fut totalement révisé. Mais l'espace de la langue est resté le même. La démocratie n'a pas réussi à transformer le pays. Elle était certes souhaitable, mais la réforme d'après-guerre a porté atteinte au point fort de l'enseignement supérieur d'avant-guerre. Les élites des lycées de l'ancien régime, qui pouvaient entrer à l'université impériale sans concours, bénéficiaient en effet d'une liberté exceptionnelle. Cette liberté n'aura pas dû être restreinte. Elle aurait dû être élargie à tous les étudiants de l'université du nouveau régime. Selon une idée vague de l'université ouverte à tous, on a seulement multiplié les universités privées. L'université japonaise aujourd'hui est le résultat de cette politique malheureuse. L'État ne protège plus l'université, l'université ne protège plus enseignants et étudiants. Enfin, dans la troisième étape, depuis les années 80-90, un autre espace de langue est apparu, l'espace de la mondialisation. Dans cet espace, c'est l'anglais qui est hégémonique. Si l'on ne peut pas parler anglais, on est un homme ou une femme de seconde classe. On parlait au Japon de English divide pour désigner cette discrimination, comme on parle de digital divide pour les gens qui ne savent pas multiplier l'ordinateur. Les universités où des enseignants japonais enseignent en anglais sont considérés de premier ordre. N'est-ce pas comme si on pratiquait l'exclusion de l'intérieur à l'égard des Japonais ne parlant l'anglais? Certes, la tradition du japonais comme la langue nationale est encore vivante, mais il est vrai qu'il est en crise dans la mondialisation. Est-ce une chance que l'enseignement supérieur japonais s'ouvre au Japon, au monde, ou est-ce un abîme dans lequel on retombe perpétuellement? Enfin, je voudrais dire quelques mots sur cette crise même. Ici, permettez-moi de citer Mallarmé. Je suis un modeste spécialiste de ce poète. Mallarmé écrit dans Crise de vers, les langues imparfaites en cela que plusieurs manquent la suprême. Ou encore, la diversité sur terre des idiomes empêche personne de proférer les mots qui, sinon, se trouveraient par une frappe unique, elle-même matériellement la vérité. Ou encore, cette prohibition sévit expresse dans la nature, on s'y bute avec un sourire, qu'une vaille de raison pour se considérer Dieu. En effet, comme il y a plusieurs langues sur terre, on ne peut pas se prendre pour Dieu. S'il n'y avait qu'une seule langue, cette langue deviendrait suprême, et nous nous considérons comme Dieu. La diversité des langues sur terre, c'est la prohibition de l'orgueil. Et Mallarmé fut en outre étonné lorsqu'il donna ses conférences à Cambridge et à Oxford de voir l'Angleterre embrasser l'idéal des cités universitaires, aussi belles que la jumelle floraison, et des provinces de fer et de poussière populeuses. Il trouva en effet en Angleterre une générosité sociale différente de celle de la France, qui avait aboli toutes les universités lors de la Révolution. Il observe qu'il y a en Angleterre un sol traditionnel, introublé. Rentré en France, il a proposé avec cette image de créer sur le sol français le fonds littéraire, à la recherche d'un espace dans lequel les poètes et les étudiants puissent vivre librement. Il proposait de créer un fonds avec une petite revenu de la vente des œuvres tombées dans le domaine public. Sa proposition passa inaperçue, mais je considère qu'il est toujours intéressante. L'université a été fondée sur la base de la religion chrétienne. Il est donc normal que l'on puisse voir dans l'université l'image de la Sainte Vierge, comme celle représentée dans un tableau de Raffaello. Alors que Notre-Dame, symbole de Paris, est littéralement la Sainte. La tour Eiffel peut représenter elle aussi la Vierge protégeant les Parisiens. Ne peut-on pas dire que cette sorte de l'existence protectrice s'est répartie à travers le monde pour devenir les universités sur Terre? L'université moderne existe, universelle, laïque, détachée de tout symbolisme religieux. Mais aujourd'hui, l'image de l'université moderne ne fonctionne plus. Aussi, comme nous vivons dans un monde laïcisé, nous voudrions chercher dans l'université l'image de la Sainte Vierge. Mallarmé dit que le mot laïcité n'a pas de sens. Aussi convient-il de reprendre la divinité, celle qui existe au fond de tous et qui est tombée par terre pour la lancer de nouveau vers le ciel. L'existence protectrice peut être soit la nature, soit l'université. Dans ce temps de crise de verre, en se tournant vers la nature, on renonce à la poésie et pour s'égarer dans le désert comme Rimbaud. Ou en se tournant vers l'université, on écrit de la poésie et on rêve de l'université imaginaire comme Mallarmé. En tout cas, en Europe, même après la séparation de l'Église et de l'État, on est resté encore sur l'image de l'université chrétienne. On défend encore la gratuité de l'université ou la distribution de bourses d'études. Le Japon a importé de l'Europe la notion d'université, mais a échoué à introduire cette image religieuse et historique de l'université. L'université est toujours payante. Les frais de la scolarité augmentent d'année en année. La bourse est un prêt. Au Japon, on fait des contributions au temple et des souscriptions pour un parti politique, mais il n'y a pas de tradition de générosité sociale à l'égard de la jeune génération. Les universités japonaises, tant publiques que privées, sont toutes dépendantes des frais de scolarité des étudiants. Certes, parmi les 781 universités japonaises, il y a des universités chrétiennes, des universités bouddhistes ou des universités pour les jeunes filles comme l'Université Notre-Dame, l'Université du Sacré-Cœur, le Collège Caritas, etc. Mais les principales universités ne sont pas d'obédience religieuse, mais politiques. L'université Waseda, l'université Keio Gijiku sont politiques depuis leur origine, comme nous l'avons vu. Il en va de même pour les universités nationales, dont l'origine est l'université impériale. Ces universités se concurrencent actuellement sous l'égide du ministère de l'Éducation pour avancer dans le palmarès national ou international des universités. Les petites et moyennes universités rivalisent entre elles pour recruter leurs étudiants. Alors, pour conclure, je voudrais vous montrer la situation actuelle de l'université Waseda où je travaille. L'actuel président de l'université Waseda a été nommé l'année dernière président d'un conseil consultatif auprès du Premier ministre Abe. Le président de notre université peut maintenant proposer au Premier ministre des dispositions sur l'enseignement supérieur. On attend de lui une contribution positive pour l'avenir des universités privées japonaises. Mais plutôt que d'assumer ce rôle, il contribue, me semble-t-il, à faire adopter les plans de réforme préparés par les bureaucrates du ministère de l'Éducation ou de l'administration centrale du cabinet. Il est possible qu'il ait été nommé par le Premier ministre à ce poste pour sa docilité et son conformisme. Les difficultés de notre université consistent dans le fait que, comme son président collabore avec le Premier ministre, elle est obligée de poursuivre les politiques nationales de l'enseignement supérieur. Elle perd ainsi son esprit d'indépendance, qui est l'esprit de son fondateur. Cet été, le ministère de l'Éducation a sélectionné 12 universités nationales ou privées pour les financer amplement et pour les faire entrer dans les 100 meilleures universités du monde. L'université Waseda était parmi ces 12 universités. Elle pourra bénéficier pendant 10 ans d'un financement supplémentaire, mais en compensation, et il doit réorganiser son enseignement et sa recherche pour qu'il soit plus conforme aux normes et aux indices de la compétition mondiale. Le conseil d'admiration de notre université avait lancé, comme pour obtenir ces crédits supplémentaires, un plan qui doit être réalisé d'ici à l'an 2032, l'année du 150e anniversaire de la Fondation. On peut lire dans ce projet des mots comme leadership du président d'université, création du centre interdisciplinaire des arts libéraux et des langues étrangères, baptisé Global Education Center, réduction du nombre des enseignants non titulaires, augmentation du nombre des cours donnés en anglais pour attirer les étudiants asiatiques, etc. Il est quand même très difficile pour notre université d'entrer dans la liste des 100 meilleures universités du monde. Dans cette université, en effet, il y a trop d'enseignants non titulaires. Il y a d'ailleurs beaucoup de chargés de cours non titulaires au Japon, surtout dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères. Les universités privées profitent de leur existence pour faire des économies budgétaires. Grâce à ces non-titulaires, notre université peut restreindre les dépenses de personnel et pratiquer un enseignement à bon marché. Or, comme je l'ai dit, la direction de l'université a l'intention de réduire le nombre de chargés de cours non titulaires. Cette initiative a été propulsée par la révision de la loi sur le contrat du travail votée l'été 2012 et promulguée en avril 2013. Dans cette loi, on a inscrit un article disant que si un travailleur non régulier a travaillé plus de 5 ans consécutifs dans un même lieu de travail, il peut réclamer à son employeur le droit de travailler pour une durée non déterminée. L'université de Waseda a cependant créé en mars 2013 un contrat d'embauche des enseignants non titulaires pour imposer un contrat de 5 ans non renouvelable. C'est pour ne pas leur permettre de réclamer ce droit au contrat à durée indéterminée. Enfin, donc, on est loin de l'université, on est loin de l'idéal de l'université. Mais quand même, il y a un espoir dans notre université, c'est-à-dire qu'on a créé le syndicat des non-titulaires l'année dernière, et ils ont commencé à lutter contre l'administration de l'université. Et les étudiants... parmi les étudiants, il y a des groupes, de petits groupes qui protestent contre la course à l'emploi. Ils crient dans les rues à bas la course à l'emploi, comme ça. Et il y a aussi des étudiants qui ont créé un groupe qui s'appelle Libertaire, qui réclame le droit aux bourses à l'européenne. Maintenant, ils sont très endettés parce que la bourse est un prêt. Et parmi les étudiants, il y en a beaucoup qui sont endettés, qui sont trop endettés pour en rembourser. Donc, il fait des manifestations dans les petites rues près de l'université, mais le nombre sont très limités, une trentaine ou une quarantaine. Mais quand même, on a commencé à réagir dans cette situation néolibérale. Et les enseignants titulaires, ils ne sont pas maintenant contents d'être titulaires dans notre université parce que l'administration a divisé par deux le montant de subvention de recherche pour nous. Dans les universités japonaises privées, c'est l'université qui nous ont octroyé les subventions de recherche. Mais l'administration a préféré de nous faire concurrencer avec les professeurs des universités nationales. Et pour cela, il a diminué de 50% notre subvention de recherche universitaire. Donc, il y a une possibilité de collaborer avec les étudiants mécontents et les étudiants non titulaires, même pour les enseignants titulaires. Et c'est un espoir quand même. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, and thank you very much for finishing with the notion of espoir, of hope, so that, as our two previous speakers have said, we don't want to be totally pessimistic. So we have some time for discussion, but which will be introduced by two doctoral researchers from the history department, John Erik Hansen, who Christoph Schall talked about the problem of the Swedish climate. I wonder, he's Franco-Swedish, so that's perhaps why he's here.
I came to Florence.
And he came to Florence. He came to Florence. And Kimon Markatos, who's Greek, so climate is a different question altogether. Right, okay. You want to stand up? Okay.
Well, I will mostly get to a microphone.
Oh, sorry.
So I first want to thank very much all three panelists for very thought-provoking papers. And I will, however, first begin with a short English summary of Shigeru Okayama's discussion for those of us here who do not speak French. I don't know how many that concerns, but it might still be useful. So Okayama's main point was to explain and recover kind of an analysis of the current situation in Japan, where there is a hybrid system of education in which public and private institutions are both state-controlled, but are currently in crisis, with governmental policies seeking to achieve the globalization of higher education in Japan, with, for example, setting a goal of getting 10 Japanese universities in the 100 world best rankings. Historically, the Japanese university is very linked with the political situation and stands in a very complex relationship with the state. At the end of the shogunate, discontented samurais and intellectuals decided to set up European-style schools, after which the universities in Japan were founded. The Tokyo University in Japan was founded in 1877, where foreign teachers were invited to train the local elite. Since then, there have been competing and diverging models of universities in Japan. On the one hand, a Humboldtian model that wanted to introduce a very European-style university, in a sense, where research and scholarship would be preferred, and on the other hand, an imperial model, which the goal of which was to train civil servants. This continues, and this is, in a sense, also represented in the way that that languages are being politicized in the system of Japanese universities. Initially, I said foreign teachers were invited, and it was part of the curriculum for Japanese elite to become familiar with foreign languages. They would then spend usually time in a foreign country and come back as full-fledged civil servants with this kind of international experience. After that, there was an ideological closing, in a sense. Japanese became the national language, was completely nationalized, and Japan and Japanese academics became closed in an elite culture which only valued Japanese, to the extent that ideals of university, of European universities, became threatened, and the studies of foreign cultures and foreign languages became frowned upon. Lastly, and this is the current situation, there is this move towards globalization, and this move towards globalization also comes with the hegemony of the English language. Currently, there is a drive to push for English language education within Japan, and to continue and pursue, in a sense, what is perceived as the international model where English is the dominant language. So this, on the one hand, might be seen as an opening up, and on the other hand, also acts as an anti-democratic drive whereby students who do not speak English, or Japanese citizens who do not speak English, are barred from higher education and from high achievement, which is what is referred to as the English divide. The third point that Shigeru Okayama mentioned in his intervention was a point about Mallarmé and a point about the Fonds littéraires. On the one hand, the persistence of linguistic diversity is a way, as Mallarmé once said, to prevent us from becoming gods or from believing that we are gods. Rather, it serves as a way to maintain our own humility. On the other hand, there is also a desire to recover the sacred aspect of the university. That is, to create a space where universities are actually protected themselves from political intervention, and also where they can protect their students and their freedom of inquiry. The concluding words of Okayama's intervention were regarding Waseda University itself, and also its connections with current policies. Specifically, the president of Waseda University has been made president of a committee under the Prime Ministry of Abe, where he contributes essentially to enact centrally ordained reforms, and there is a suspicion that he was potentially put in this position because of his docility and his subservience to the current political order. Similarly, and in this way, the government, as I said before, chose universities that were to become the elite universities, world-class universities. It chose 12 universities, but choosing 12 universities and guaranteeing very high levels of funding came with a very political demand, and that was to reorganize teaching and reorganize research in such a way that it would fit the categories demanded by the international ranking institutions, and therefore get these universities in the top 100. In addition, and in another field of the neoliberal influence or the neoliberal influence on the university, there is an institutionalization of precarity with the introduction of 5-year fixed contracts, non-renewable, for temporary workers at the university. And there is also more generally an ever-increasing burden on students to fund universities via tuition fees that are increasing, and also which are purely privatized in the sense that there is no formal scholarship system, there are only loans. So that was for the brief summary, I hope clear and I hope faithful summary of Okayama's intervention. And I myself wanted to raise a couple of issues which maybe we can discuss more broadly. the first is a question of the levels of interaction and levels of analysis. In all of the papers, there was the issue of the interaction between the university and the state, the university and society, the university and the world, the university and markets, and sometimes also between universities. In particular, Okayama's discussion mentioned the ways in which private universities in Japan were made to compete with public universities in Japan. And that was done via a particular policy, which was to reduce subsidies for research. And my question or my suggestion for the three panelists is to expand exactly on the way in which universities begin relating with one another in that model or in that situation. How policies within universities are shaped to compete, to create a competition and to create in a sense, market model. And what kind of influence this has on the production of research and on the teaching itself. The second issue which I would like to raise, and perhaps we can discuss about it, is another level of market logic, and that has to do with publications. Publications are, for one of the quantifiable things, both to rank universities and also to determine who gets hired as a professor. But they are also a way in which they are also an important financial constraint on universities, because publications or journals are extremely expensive for libraries to get. And I was wondering also what this kind of market logic via the introduction of profit-making publishers to publish academic works, what kinds of tension this creates with the universities, and also what are some potential solutions. I mean, the university library at Harvard recently put out a suggestion that its researchers should publish on open access rather than in these expensive peer-reviewed journals. So these are the two issues that I wanted to raise, and I will now leave Kimon to raise further issues.
Thank you all for the interesting presentations and for making this a promising first step for the rest of the conference. I'll be as brief as possible so that a broader discussion can take place without further delay. Each of the presentations focused on selected aspects of the history of universities in the 20th century that are crucial in helping us understand the state of the contemporary universities. The analysis of the ways in which various international mechanisms of evaluation or mechanisms aiming to promote competition emerged historically, the examination of the developments in the educational systems of different national contexts, as well as the centrality of language and linguistic issues in the transformation of the university throughout the past century, are matters which, apart from being extremely interesting in their own right, also seem to blend together unexpectedly well. Not least, that is because historicizing the current state of things in higher education can be elucidating both regarding its possible future in general and our own position within it in particular. And it is on matters relating to the historicization of the university that I wish to focus on in the following comments. I have mainly two comments, which are really the expression of genuine curiosity rather than criticisms or deep epistemological observations, and with a slight hope to give a more political tone to the current debate, since I believe it's rather impossible to have such talks without a political context nowadays. And both points have to do with what could be labeled an issue of scale. Firstly, one thing that is very often absent from our conversations about the changing relationship between the state, the market, and the university, or the university and society in general, is the correlation between the changes in higher education and other parts of the public sector, or of services and public goods in general. About a year ago, I was reading Professor Collini's What Are Universities For in Greece. That is one of those godsend ironies that are golden to mention in conferences, so I won't miss the opportunity. So I was reading What a University is For in Greece about a year ago, and I remember that while reading the part about how the discourse used by the political elites has changed, considering the university's mission as an end in itself, to the university justifying its function by referring to something external to it, in our case that's its performance in the market, I saw our ex-Minister of Health on TV making a long iron monologue claiming that the main problem of the Greek public healthcare system is that it does not compete effectively with the private healthcare companies. This very real anecdote shows that higher education is not the only public good that has faced the challenge of being evaluated according to its market performance. In various places of the world, remarkably similar processes of opening up to and eventually integrating the logic of the market have taken place in public transportation, healthcare, the post office, and various other stuff. Cases of evaluation according to the satisfaction of the customer are inherently very different when it comes to the educational system, particularly. But at the same time, it is important to always stress that when it comes to public goods, the concepts such as satisfaction are never neutral. They always carry along with them an array of social relations or further implications which we have to always bear in mind. Certainly, this should not be reduced to a homogeneous, deliberate political process that takes place everywhere evenly, resulting in uniform outcomes. That is one of the most frequent pitfalls when it comes to discourse connected to globalization, for example. Yet it would be interesting if the speakers of today's panel could give us a few suggestions on how they think it would be most fruitful to look at this correlation from a historiographical point of view. In other words, how could we connect our analysis of the changes in higher education to the large-scale perspective of the transformation of the public sector and the change in the perceptions of public and private in multiple sectors of society that has taken place at the same time. The second point is mostly directed to Professor Schall, but to some extent applies to all three papers. In your paper today, you presented and compared the histories of very different national contexts. This comparative outlook is particularly interesting because it allows us to see the ways in which the educational systems of these countries faced similar challenges, and more importantly, for the cases where they managed to overcome them to some extent, it allows us to see how and why this happened. In some of these cases, however, the challenges that took place and the changes that took place were not only the outcome of a market-oriented political program imposed or partially imposed by a local government, but also the outcome of international processes of circulation or of political programs developed by international organizations. The Bologna Accord and the overall educational policy of the EU, or the market strategies through which the branches of American or English universities establish themselves in various countries around the world, are such cases, and I'm sure we can all think of many more such influential examples. Just to give one example that I'm more familiar with from my own research, and which is unsurprisingly similar to the contemporary Japanese case described by Professor Okayama, it would be impossible to understand the shift from French or Germanic linguistic dominance to that of the English language in the Greek university during the 80s and the 90s without examining the role of the EU in the country's educational policy, or without examining a series of large-scale transnational historical changes that were taking place at the same time. So it would be interesting, especially for me, if you could tell us a bit about how the role of the international institutions and transnational influence and exchanges could fit into a comparative process such as the one that you presented today and you are currently working on. Now, finally, and that's the last remark, historicity and the issue of scale are important in one more way in the context of today's presentations. Firstly, understanding that the current lamentations about the crisis of the university are far from the first such expressions concerning its changing role in history. And secondly, examining the examples of local resistance to the vulgar marketization of the university are the grounds on which today's speakers made their call for optimism, or worst case scenario, a more moderate pessimism. I would definitely support Professor Schall's call for a reluctance towards totalizing perceptions of globalization and other such labels. And I would most definitely support Professor Collini's call for the need to refrain from using the discourse of fields that are alien and hostile to that of higher education, as well as for the need to re-articulate the mission of the university on new grounds, grounds that actually serve the purposes of the university itself. The issue of scale, however, seems to be quite persistent here. How far can we go by articulating anew the mission of the university without articulating a new conception of the public good and its relation to society in total? And furthermore, how far can we go by promoting new positive definitions within the boundaries of a national framework without actually challenging further transnational or international discussions as such? Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Before perhaps I let the people who've already spoken speak, perhaps somebody else also, there are other questions that want to come up, remarks, and then we can try and, yes, Anna.
Well, thank you very much for three very interesting presentations and very critical, approaches to the issue. I just want to say that we cannot really underestimate, or we cannot overestimate the link between societal transformation and higher education transformation. I had sometimes the feeling, particularly with Stéphane Collini's intervention, as if it were higher education transformation is happening somewhere there and we are somewhere here. I think that was more taken up by Shigeru Okoyama and Christophe Charles, that the world has been changing. And the university could not remain autonomous in the way it was. And the world has been changing in very different ways. And while I like very much what you said about impact that can and cannot be measured, particularly in the social sciences, but we shouldn't take a linear reading where the UK is some kind of, how can I say, motherboard, some kind of prototype, and then it's coming our way, because we have very different points of departure of how university was or was not embedded in society, how it was or it was not autonomous, and where it is going now. And I think rather than seeing kind of perhaps a conversion, I think what we're seeing is a crossing of the lines, and with very multiple directions. And I think in that the UK has been somehow pioneering, or if you want to put it in a more pessimistic way, a voluntary guinea pig of the RAE and the TAE. Other European countries, at least, assuming there's some degree of commonality within Europe, are actually bypassing, the unhappy early beginnings of RAE and going into some form of evaluation. And leaving aside my country of origin, Greece, that I think whose higher education system is plagued with a lot of problems, and which has been really reactionary to any evolution and transformation, saying that this autonomy that they had before was good. Well, it was not. Autonomy is not an end by itself, and that's where my critique comes to your view. I think France is a very interesting example, or Germany, of places where higher education was relatively autonomous and is now experimenting with a lot of things, having more positive or more negative experiences. For instance, private higher education in Germany has just failed. One university, one quality university has survived. So actually this is a very good response to countries like Greece that are very afraid of experimenting with private universities, saying, higher education is a public good. Of course, we have private schools from age 0 to age 18 of the kids, but we cannot have private universities. So I think I just want to argue that in our being critical, we shouldn't embark into a counter-hegemonic discourse. Thank you.
The other, yes.
Yes, my comment, I suppose, relates mainly to Stéphane's, but also to others. I mean, it comes from a certain ambivalence, I feel, about assessment in general. I mean, on the one hand, I'm as skeptical as anyone can be of the type of assessment that we have undergone in the RAF. And I say that as somebody who was a member of a panel doing the wretched assessments. I mean, so here the double irony is that those filling out the forms are skeptical about them, and those assessing the forms are possibly made even more skeptical of it as a result of doing it. But on the other hand, universities do assessment all the time. They assess their students in marking essays, etc., awarding them degrees. They assess each other in appointments committees and in peer review of journals. How are we to view those assessments? I mean, are they also as arbitrary, or are they better? I noticed that in today's Times Higher Education supplement, there's a article by a cultural historian at Lancaster, Derek Sawyer, saying that peer review ought to be, one ought to use peer review in the same way in which we assess articles, essays, etc., etc. And the trouble with the REF was that the assessment was done often by people who were, well, you just have so few on a panel that although it was peer review, it was often peer review of articles way outside your subject area. But I'm not sure that that makes it any more robust. I mean, so to put it in concrete terms, I mean, today I am sending letters to successful and unsuccessful candidates to the Max Weber postdoctoral fellowship program. The successful candidates were just 2% of those who applied. They get a letter telling them how wonderful they are and how pleased we are to get these excellent people who have shown how great they are. The unsuccessful candidates, I commiserate with them and say, well, it's just a bit of a lottery. There are so many different good people. It's just sad we can't have you all. But then public authorities have to disperse funds. They can't. Should they just? You know, how can they do it without devising some criteria?
My comment, in a way, I think is follows the previous one, but I just wanted to point out in a neutral way that there is a specificity that is shared by the British, but also by the continental European models increasingly, and apparently by the Japanese model. That is that this ideological change that we have been defining as going in a neoliberal direction and in the direction of conceiving of universities as serving economic business interests in a variety of ways, both with their teaching and with their research, has been coupled with a sustained and in fact increasing hold of the state on what research should be and even what teaching should be. So this is not the case in the United States. So it's very important, I think, to see this mix of, on the one hand, of contradictory tendencies. On the one hand, praising the wonderful democratizing power of the free market to the point that the state has retreated everywhere from funding teaching. I'm not sure about research, but certainly the teaching, and has moved the cost of education onto the shoulders of families and young people, in some cases generating these huge debt bubbles that in the UK is almost a certainty will happen very soon. On the other hand, it has increased regulation, it has increased control, and it has increased its own options over, for example, what kind of disciplines should be taken up by students. Humanities, social sciences, not very good. STEM, as they're called in the UK, STEM disciplines, science and technology disciplines, better. So in a way, I think that the RE goes in the same direction. It's okay for the academic community to feel the need for for self-regulation and assessment and quality control, especially in an era where the quality control, as Charles has mentioned, is becoming increasingly difficult because of the internet, because of the very fast circulation of information. So quality control is very important, but why should it be the state that does it and not, I mean, in the US, it's really not like that. And there is a further difference that I think is seeing a path of divergence. The United States on one side and Europe and the European systems, including the UK on the other, is that the United States still fund research. The state, the federal state, funds research to incredible degrees. In 2010, the expense per capita of the federal, not state government in the United States was 5 times that of the UK government. This is state funding for research. So in a sense, it seems to me we're talking about something that has really begun in Europe, this mix of state intervention and regulation and an ideology of free market, and we need to tackle this because academics, of course, I mean, this is just rhetoric, but in a sense, academics are among the best placed elites to speak publicly, and it is somehow, it requires a certain dose of self-reflection, the fact that they've been so unable to shape their own institutions.
I'm interested in the language that we're using to talk about this thing, whatever this transnational thing is that we're trying to grapple with. The language of markets, the language of public goods, the language of auditing, all of these things and how to get a handle on it. And I want to respond to a couple of things here. I mean, one is, I was writing the same thing as you, Simon, about this during Stefan's presentation, this coming to a university near you language, while at the same time emphasizing specific national models. And so we're trying to grapple with this, the coming to you, the individual models. The large-scale transnational efforts that Kimon mentioned in your comments. How do we bring these together? Well, I think there are multiple ways, but I think that this is actually one thing that a correct understanding of neoliberalism can do for us. It's a constructed doctrine, okay, crafted by a specific set of individuals. And it was actively constructed, and these individuals thought of themselves as doing so internationally. It was from the beginning an international effort. Okay? Now, they were in particular local circumstances, but they were brought together by specific institutions. Now, how is that relevant? I can think of a couple of ways that I'd like to put on the table. One is that markets were really reconceptualized, not from, necessarily satisfying what you want, right? It's not about giving you what you want. It's not even really about allocative efficiency, although that language is being used. Now markets are thought of as having epistemic virtues, right? They kind of outthink you, and even outthink scientists. And see, that helps to answer the question about why now? Capitalism has been around for a long time, right? Why now? Well, this different way of thinking about markets really only came about since right after World War II, okay? It also helps us to understand this obsession with auditing as well, because developing methods of auditing and controlling bodies, bureaucratic bodies, regulatory bodies, was also a method that was used by this specific group of people in order to control the state. On what grounds? Well, precisely on the grounds that markets thought of in this new way can kind of outthink the state bureaucrat. And so I'm just trying to throw on the table here this notion that, we've had references to neoliberalism, and I'm trying to give a sense of where I think it might be able to help do some of the work that we want to do. Not all of it, but at least some of it. And I'd be interested to hear the responses of our speakers.
Thanks very much. I think it would be a good idea now to let the speakers react. And in any case, the same issues will come up again, particularly this afternoon, I should think, to begin with. So we will come back to them, but I don't know which order you want, Stefan.
Why don't we do it in the opposite order? Let Christophe go first.
Okay, if you want to.
Well, thank you for all your comments and illuminating ideas, but obviously you are cleverer than us, so it's difficult to answer, because when you have to present these very global problems in relative short times, you are obliged to make some simplification, and all what you pointed was the point that we had perhaps in mind, but we have not time to demonstrate or introduce. So I am globally, I completely agree with all the compliments or suggestions that you made at different levels. This specific combination of state intervention and also autonomy, pretended autonomy. In France, we had this complete discourse about autonomy, but in fact, the new law is against autonomy in reality, because now universities are depending more than before from the state for financial problems, and I think that you have the same situation in Japan, where in principle the autonomy should be announced, and in fact the faculties are obliged to be controlled more than before. So this is one of the specificity of what is called neoliberalism, that in fact market cannot function without the state, and the state cannot function without market. So it's a sort of double bind in the two directions. I remember that in the contribution of Pierre Gervais, which I mentioned in my paper, he said that curiously he has read a paper by an organization of executive of the private sector, and they said that they were not interested to privatize universities. They are very pleased that the state pay for them. They have no interest in the universities as sources of influence. They are very pleased with the situation now, and they prefer that state pay for them. And it is the same, I think, for the research. In France, we have invented a crédit impôt recherche, a credit for helping university to invest in research, but in fact enterprises are not interested in investing in research, because they prefer that state do it directly, because they prefer to use their money to give to their stakeholders and shareholders, not to invest in research. They prefer to use the results from the public research. So this is the actual combination in most of countries of the intermingling of this public and private interest. So I remember also that in front of the Sorbonne 2 days ago, there was students who were denouncing the privatization of universities. I was inclined to say to that, nobody wants to privatize university in France, because university is not a good investment. So it would be absurd to privatize even the private universities in Germany or in US are obliged to have public money. They cannot be fruitful without public money. Education is an investment for a long time, so you cannot have a direct profit in short time. Another point which I think is very important is the problem of the publications. I have mentioned the great danger now with all the internet connection and all these sites who are accessible to the public, that you can borrow from people from China or from Bengali or from Latin America ideas or results, and who will see that it is coming from outside and not from your own pen. In general, it is not in this sense that system function, because you have many Anglo-American colleagues who are using French publication without quoting in back page what are their sources, because in America nobody reads French, so it's no risk that you would be denounced to have borrowed from a French scholar if you have the chance to know French. And I think it's the same in Germany. Nobody anymore read or know German, so you can use all this German stuff without any risk. There are more naive people, like some ministers in Germany who have made a PhD who were not written by themselves, and they have been taken as burglars. But there is also a president of a French university, I mentioned it, who have been denounced because it has borrowed passages from Umberto Eco, which was quite naive to think that nobody would know Umberto Eco. No, it's extreme cases. But I think that this type of contrebande, en tout cas, is very easy now, and people are pushed to it not because they are dishonest in fun, but because there is this idea that you must publish, and you have not every year a new idea, so it's easier to take the ideas of other people. But this is important, I think, because the evaluation may take false money for good money and so on, and it's very difficult now to not to be trapped by all these new practices linked to this change of time. And you are perfectly right. We are obliged to change, even if the change are not what we want, but we have also to defend ourselves, not only against the government, but also perhaps against our colleagues or our far away colleagues from outside who are under pressure and who may borrow their ideas from outside. The combination of national and international, which was also one of the general remark of many people around the table, is also, I think, very important. When you follow the new theme in the public discourse in each country, you may find that there are some sort of disseminating process. Sometimes it is coming from international examples, from the main countries, or the countries which are supposed to be the most productive, but sometimes it comes also from think tanks or from international organizations, but which are in general under the influence of some countries. The international is some sort of mask for the very precise national origin. I think now there is a dissatisfaction with this international process. I see that not only in education, but you have perhaps noted that around the famous idea of the Washington consensus in economics, there have been strong doubts, even inside the institution who were at the origin of the famous Washington consensus, when you have the different policies to treat the economic crisis of the 2008. Even people who were at the origin of the new economic mechanisms who led to this crisis are now criticizing their own preconization or suggestion. I think that we are not at this point in education, but I think some indications that it is the beginning of the criticizing process or the critical process of demonstrating that the ideas who were so popular in the 90s and at the beginning of the 21st century are not so convincing now. People who have tried to use these ideas are going on the other way, and the crisis of debt, I think, is very important, because this debt began in the proprietary section for immobilier, I don't know, real estate problem, but you will have the same problem with education debt. If people do not find jobs to pay their debt, who will pay them? So it will be like for Greece, whether other people pay for Greece, or Greece is bankrupt, or excuse me. In Greece, higher education is free. Yes. Yes. But in US, it's a very challenging idea, because some economists now say that the evolution of qualification in the private sector makes that there are lesser and lesser jobs who will afford to pay for this amount of debt. And some say that this will be a contradiction of the... You have reported the problem for the next generation, but if the next generation cannot pay, what do you do? I think also that the issue of scale, which was mentioned by some people, is important. And in France, for example, there was this obsession that big is beautiful, I mentioned. Whereas in other countries, the idea is that small is but beautiful, and my experience is that small is better than big, because it is easier to find consensus with 10 people than with 10,000 people. It's an evidence. And with these big universities, nobody no more say who is discussing. Nobody no more say who is the real leader. The official leader is directly discussing with the minister. He is no more discussing with his colleagues. And one of my friends is president. He is more in his car to go to the Minister of Public Education than in his own office with the colleagues, because all the decisions are made now at higher levels than before. And I think it's a trend in many countries. The power is no more even at the head of the university. It's at another level. It's with partners from the private sector, or partners from the public sectors, or for the regions, or for different enterprises who are investing in some sector. So even the idea that there are limits to universities is becoming more and more criticable, I think.
We have Stefan and Shigo. I would just like, before you start, to remind you that the lunch is waiting for us, so we don't want to carry on.
I was just going to say, I'll try and be brief, because even vociferous critics of universities like to eat lunch occasionally, so we should try to do it. I also just want to endorse what Christoph began by saying, which is there's such a limit on what you can say in one presentation, and many of the points that have been made, forgive me if I don't take them all up, but many of them seem to me absolutely right, and if one had many more hours, there'd be more things that one could have included. Let me just try quickly to bring some of these things together by three preliminary points to emphasize or clarify perhaps what I didn't make so clear when I was speaking. The first is that I don't think, I wasn't being myself, and I'm not encouraging anyone else to be in any way nostalgic about something here. The attempt was really to historicize social change that is affecting universities, but it seems to me that there is a polarization quite often happens in public debate, which is that either someone is emphatically speaking as some kind of representative of the current official system and promoting this, or they're stigmatized as in some way adhering to some privileged elite of the past and simply out of date and out of touch with what's happening in the world. That seems to me an impoverishment of public debate. There have got to be ways for us to think about how universities can, in various ways, make their own case better to the changed circumstances of now than the official policy does, without simply seeming to want in some way to go back to some past, which in its way had many failings and anyway is irrelevant as something to aspire to at the moment. So I think that is the way to look at it, not to see us as harking back there. The second is that, of course, what's happening to universities, insofar as we can generalize, is part of a much larger pattern of what's happening to public services more generally, and in fact, a reflection of an embodiment of a lot of other long-term sociological changes, which I tried to just mention some of when I was speaking, but there's much more to be said about those things. I don't for a moment think it's something we can look at in isolation, but our theme today is universities. This is what we're gathered to talk about, so that's the thing that we have to concentrate on, I thought. And the third general thing is that it's important, it seems to me, to distinguish between judgment and various mechanistic models of quantitative measurement. There are all kinds of ways in which all aspects of life, and certainly aspects in universities, rely upon judgment, and I'm not for a moment suggesting they shouldn't. But what I was trying to just indicate is that the application of a particular kind of model of accountability results in the reification of certain results, certain outcomes, and those then stand in place of what judgment ought to be describing. And it seems to me we see the consequences of this all the time. I mean, actually, I thought it was interesting that in hearing about the aspirations for contemporary universities in Japan, it has been phrased in terms of a number of universities in the top 100, as though that was some objective measure, and that would provide a goal for what in other ways might be described as actually making universities less productive for their Japanese setting rather than simply more. Or, Richard Bellamy mentioned the research assessment in Britain. Obviously, we make judgments about, for example, books, we write reviews and so on about them. But what the REF and the REE before it do is mechanize this so that you have, for example, to have published 4 items in a particular period. If you spent all that time publishing one big book and didn't publish any articles, you will do much less well than if you published 4 smaller articles. That's obviously a misrepresentation of the activities that we take seriously. And that's the result, it seems to me, of the transposition of these models and the inevitable bureaucratization of them, because once you get into that sort of system, you're going to find people saying, well, how can we find some set of measures which is fair and can be justified objectively and so on. But the results of that are perverse. You end up with a kind of reward and incentive system, because the incentives, as I was trying to say at the end, then exert their power on what people think they ought to be doing in their careers. You have a perverse reward and incentive system rather than one which simply monitors the activity that was going on before. So, I mean, in all those kinds of ways, I think there's a distinction to be made between these various forms of judgment, often judgment which we would want to back with reasons, and as I was trying to say, again, very briefly, the effect of these measures using a particular kind of market model is to replace reasons with, on the one hand, objective data, and then, on the other hand, everything else derogated as mere subjective opinion. And that seems to me something that we should argue with. I can't, in the time, take up everything else that was said here. Let me just take 2 things very quickly from our 2 main discussants. One is about the effect of competition between and within universities, which I think is something I would certainly like to hear more about and read more about, because it is very striking, I think, that this template, which positions universities as competitors all with each other, changes the conception of academic life. And one of the ways it does, I mean, if we can all think of examples in, as it were, the micro level as well as the macro level, where if we were, I think none of us do obey its logic utterly, but if we were to obey its logic, there would be all kinds of times when we would not share ideas with other people, because what we would be trying to do in a kind of mercantilist model of the mind would be to maximize the publications and outputs of our own institution, which would be rewarded, rather than letting them be used by somebody else to produce something weighty for their institution, which will be rewarded instead. And it is instead, because these are zero-sum games. That's one of the, I think, most pernicious ways in which this model affects actually the very conception of intellectual life. But also, I would say that those who represent universities, in the British case called vice-chancellors, but presidents, whatever the office around the world, are, by this template, more and more encouraged to look for ways to gain a competitive advantage where there might have been a lot to be said for cooperation and some kind of common front. I mean, I think it's been notoriously the case with the things that have been introduced in Britain since the 1980s, and especially the measures of 2010 about fees, that if universities were able to have a proper common front about this, with the most successful universities being among the most vociferous critics, it's no good leaving it to the groups who think they're in some sense disaffected by this. It's got to be those who are most successful, the most favored, the most traditionally regarded, have got also to make common forces, I think, with those who are going to suffer from it and represent that voice collectively. And that's, again, I think, one of the ways in which the model has served us very badly. And just finally, about the tension, really, between the whole question of the national and the international, I suppose, is the briefest way I can do it, since I'm going to stop in 30 seconds. I mean, I remember, we all do probably, that excellent old maxim, think globally, act locally. And I think there is something about this that is relevant to what we're talking about here. We cannot understand the changes in any one national system of higher education in isolation. That's part of what I take it we're here to talk about and promote. But it is very difficult, it seems to me, to engage in public debate at some kind of transnational level. I think there are all kinds of cultural reasons why I think that's so, that the actual outlets or media of communication, I think, also make that difficult. And very often we're arguing with particular governments or agencies in a particular society, and we need to make a particular case to them. So I think to keep that balance, as it were, to be informed by understanding it comparatively, but to, as it were, strike locally, still seems to me to make some sense. I'll stop there.
Bon, j'ai parlé de mouvements de protestation des étudiants et des non-titulaires. Et il y a aussi des non-satisfactions des professeurs titulaires. Mais leur mouvement est en ce moment très limité. La plupart des étudiants et la plupart des enseignants préfèrent plutôt être dans le monde académique mondialisé. Et ils se contentent de se rivaliser entre eux. Et ils préfèrent d'avoir un emploi meilleur. Et on se rivalise. Et c'est tout à fait généralisé dans la société japonaise. Il y a la sélection d'entrée pour l'université, il y a la sélection pour l'emploi aussi. Donc, l'atmosphère générale au Japon, c'est l'acceptation et résignée de la mondialisation. Mais cette mondialisation comporte quelques éléments très dangereux, c'est-à-dire l'exclusion de l'intérieur. Et le Japon est un des pays les plus fermés à l'immigration. Et dans cette exclusion, le Japon est un pays qui devient de plus en plus orgueilleux. Il y a des conflits avec les nations coréennes et contre les nations chinoises. Et pourquoi on est devenu aussi orgueilleux? C'est parce qu'on a oublié la diversité des langues sur le monde, comme le dit Mallarmé. Et peut-être la tour de Babel représente l'orgueil humain, mais il faut dire cette diversité, il faut respecter cette diversité sur terre des langues. Et sinon, la mondialisation deviendra totale. Et Mallarmé dit aussi qu'il faut une minorité qui proteste. C'est le sel de la terre. Et cette minorité elle est nécessaire pour que la mondialisation marche lentement et en respectant les acquis de la modernité. Et c'est parce que l'université me semble la troisième Sainte Vierge qui est apparue sur Terre. Notre-Dame, la Tour Eiffel, mais maintenant l'université. Donc il faut respecter cette notion européenne quand même. Et c'est ce que je voulais dire.
Merci beaucoup. We thank everybody for the morning session. Lunch has been waiting for us next door for some time, just next door. Well, we'll see if we can manage to begin at 2. But anyway, lunch is next door for everybody who is participating in the conference. Merci beaucoup. Donc vous suivez assez bien ce qui se passe en anglais. Oui. Oui.